Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week here of the WardiTV Monday, Friday edition, number 56. I'm Coach VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by not my plushies this time. For the first time here, at least on the CranKy Ducklings channel, no plushies are involved. The plushies are on a break. They've been with me for years, happy for many years, and now they can finally, you know, get some rest, get some veg, and instead I'm joined by my bunnies. Let's go. the bunny cam is real, baby. The bunny cam is real. But yes, for those who are unaware, it's been like 2 months at this point, but I have had some pet bunnies. That's actually one of the reasons why I've been casting less. I don't know if you noticed, but usually for many years, I mean, we casted more StarCraft than anyone else out there. We'd cast twice a day, every single day. But in recent months, we have been trimming that down and casting once a day, casting like around once, sometimes twice a day, but mainly once a day instead, just so I have some free time to spend with my bunnies, look after them, to get a little work done as well, as of course they are they can be very high maintenance in a sense. I've been taking it a bit of a step further as well, by of course starting up our own little garden as well to be able to feed the bunnies. It's beautiful. But if you're in the chat, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked in regards to the tournament ahead of us, of course, and we are jumping into the round of 16. This is the second WardiTV Monday of the week. This is to make up for previously missed weeks that Wardi has had, but here we have our bracket. As we do have our initial lobby. From the top we have MaxPax. MaxPax is waiting for the winner of Lelix and Love SC2. I believe that's Tasia. I believe that's Lelix and Tasia facing off to face off against MaxPax in the next round. We have Percival versus Nicorant, ByuN versus Christiana, Milky Cow versus Creator, Triple versus Well into Clem, Bunny versus Classic, herO waiting for the winner of Rebellion and Ragnar, and herYoung versus Geralt. Here we go. Initially we were going to cast ByuN and Christiana. That was going to be my initial series, my initial matchup, but Wardi did jump on that. I thought that Wardi was going to go for Bunny and Classic, to be honest. I thought it was going to go for Bunny versus Classic, but no, he dove on ByuN versus Christiana, so we did have to find another series, and thankfully, we have another series, another TVP. A lot of TVPs, as to be expected for our online tournaments, and here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Title Citadel. We have the Polish Protoss player, we have the green Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, it is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is herYoung. Here we go as we are getting into our first series, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Also, as you can see here, for the first time, the WardiTV weeklies have finally caught up, and they're going to be featuring some of the TLMC maps. Again, we've been featuring Team Liquid map contest maps for the past almost 4 weeks at this point. Finally, the other tournaments are stepping up. This week, Pixar Cup, this week, Monday Night Weekly, and this week, WardiTV Monday have been featuring some of these new maps, thankfully, because voting ends in 2 days. We got a couple of days. We got 2 days until voting does conclude for the Team Liquid map contest, so I do highly recommend, or I do emphasize that it is important to vote, to place your votes, to cast your votes on which maps you want to see in the new map pool. So best of luck to said map makers and maps, as well as, again, voting closes in 2 days time. Make sure you get your votes in. Make sure you vote. For now, we do have an economic opener at herYoung going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, Geralt going for his own standard gate cyber expand as well. Everything looking normal, everything looking as it should for the time being. And welcome to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is one of the larger maps in the TLMC 21 map pool, known for macro games, known for longer and later games as well. Has a pretty secure 4-base setup, having your natural, your third, and your fourth expansion. Rotating between them is pretty straightforward. There are ways to harass, there are ways to apply pressure, making use of this center ramp. You can knock down the rooks, you can gain access to the center. Likewise, the triangular third base is a little bit more open, and likewise the linear third base also has a wide entrance as well. But in general, your 4-base setup here is pretty secure. There are angles and avenues of attack, but in this matchup we should be seeing a more aggressive stance from the Terran. That's been the go-to here. And already, Fast Tech Lab. Oh, hello. So it's going to be Marine first, course, no Reaper. Marine first, a faster CC into a faster Tech Lab. With this, we can go for an add-on swap into earlier Cyclone production, or we can rush into an early upgrade into Concussive Shell into Marauder production instead. Add-on swap. Okay, the probe is going to be hunted down. There's the add-on swap instead, going for the earlier Cyclone production. So very early Cyclone here out of herO. geralt, he's going to poke his head out. Will attempt to delay, but the CC is already complete. Again, the rush distance by ground on this map is a little bit longer, so it does not get here in time to delay. Meanwhile, across the map, we have Geralt getting to a tech of choice. Blink. Blink is on the way. On a larger map like Tidal Citadel, I would expect to see Geralt go 2-gate Blink. 2-gate Blink into a faster third. We'll see if he does cut corners or if he plays safe and goes for a faster third gateway instead. So Geralt, he does have options with how greedy he wants to be. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cyclone first and Admiral swap into Banshee play. So again, fast Banshee play out of herO. No drop play. There's no early medevac, there's no early drops. Just going straight for said Banshee, straight for the aggression, straight for harass. And herO, he attempts a nice scouting. Adept does threaten the shade. The Adept does scout and may just does confirm the add-on swap at least. Is where the add-on swap doesn't see the research, but can assume. And doubles back around and will confirm. Yeah, it does confirm the research, does confirm the upgrade that's on the way. Behind this, playing safe, 3-gate Blink. We were like, oh, you might go 2 gateways instead into a faster third. No. Going for a faster third gateway, so very safe, very defensive play here by Geralt. Just make sure he doesn't get caught off guard. Likewise, Robo before expanding, which means faster Observer, which means detection is going to be available. If you remember, we were discussing about the kind of transition or the how TvP has evolved over time and how Terran players that have been avoiding Cloak in recent times, and we have been seeing more high flight rotors or just vanilla Banshee instead, because there's a much higher chance that the Protoss gets detection early on, at least in the current meta. So a little bit surprising to see herO go back to like an old school build and go into Cloak Banshee. We'll see what he can get done. He's waiting for his second Banshee. 2 Banshees, of course, they can one-shot probes. Can one-shot. So Geralt, he does move out. He does not oh no, he does! Oh, does intercept. Thankfully, Cloak will save the Banshees, but they're going to be zoned away. They're going to be zoned away, and herO going into High Flight Rotors, rushing into a third CC. This is looking like mech. The High Flight Rotors and a third CC screams mech here in TvP, and yep, there it is. Second factory is on the way. I gave pause to say that it was mech just because mech has been weakened in the most recent patch. Of course, the Cyclone has been fixed. The Cyclone is no longer anywhere near as effective as it once was. So my question is, are we going into battle mech or are we going into a more traditional form of mech instead? We have the answer. We're building up tank Banshee, no Cyclones. So building up this battle mech style, I would say that this style can be quite effective here. I mentioned earlier that here on Tidal Citadel, your 4-base setup is pretty secure, so the goal might just be to turtle up on 4 bases and then push across the map. This kind of style is stronger on some smaller maps just because of the rush distance by ground. Stalkers, they blink in and they look to deny that upgrade. Now, High Rotors is going to be denied. Nice pickup. Which means the Banshee is going to be that much less effective for the time being. Not bad here by Geralt. Whew, not bad. We got Blue Flame on the way. CC's being taken. herO, he moves out to expand. And Geralt, because of the link into the main, he saw, right? He saw the extra factories. He knows that it is mech. He's fully aware. He should be going for a gateway heavy composition. And we'll see if Geralt can break herO ahead of time. He's going for it. He's going for what? Prism. Prism is on the way. This is indicative of moving out, of reinforcing across the map, of pushing. Okay, Este Geralt. So he's going to try to commit. He does have some spotter pylons. The observer's in position as well. We have a decently wide arc coming into that third. War Prism is out. We are still getting into High Flight Rotors, so we can get some Cyclone support. And we'll see if Geralt commits. How many gateways? He is on 7. Oh, only 7. So it looks like he's just going to expand and macro up. Now, bearing in mind, no gases, right? No gases at the 3rd base, no gases at the would-be 4th base either. He's going for a very Zealot-heavy composition, which is a must, which is the go-to against mech. And you can see here that herO, he's working in SimCity. Basically, he knows that charge ults are amazing against mech, so he needs to make sure that the charge ults are unable to get us around, unable to engage with those tanks, so walls are so crucial here for this mech composition. Tank wall is going up. ryung, he's walling up. He's walling up. Let's go. Like how ryung accepted that his faster plays behind him and he started to focus more on mech play. Kind of, I will say that ryung, he still does play bio. He still plays, especially if you watch him in TVT, he plays very, very good bio tank. This mech style is something that ryung has been doing for quite some time here. And he's not the only one, like Cure has been playing mech a lot as well. Not battle mech, I should emphasize. Everyone was playing battle mech, but going for this more traditional form of mech. Basically, this style of mech has a really big power spike once you max out. There's a reason why I did say that this is stronger on smaller maps. Like Cure, he loves playing this way on Pylon, for example, because of how little time it takes to get across the map. So you can like take a strong defensive fight and then just push, right? Then just unsiege, then push, you get across the map, and then you just end the game. Here on Tidal, I'm a little bit less in love with it because sure, you can turtle up on 4 bases, but pushing across the map here, it's going to be quite an arduous journey for ryung. I don't know if he can quite pull that off without being harassed, of course. Speaking of, herO, he does go for a Zealot here on the right-hand side. Zealot to get dealt with. At the same time, Prism drop into the main. Yeah, War Prism does get into the main base. Stalk is pushing in towards the natural, but at the same time, ryung, he is holding. He holds, he deflects, he shuts this down. Does shut this down. But he still plays WoW against Protoss as well. Like I think it's important to emphasize that mech is something that he does mix in, kind of like Gumiho, kind of like Maru as well. True. I mean, I think there's a reason why Maru's been playing a little more mech recently. Is because of ryung. Like I'm sure they influence each other, or if one player plays one, then the other kind of follows suit. Might be another reason. As Mara has also been playing a lot of mech recently over the past couple of months. As herO does take the forward expansion. Again, it is normal for the Protoss player to have map control. So herO, he has no gases at the 3rd, no gas at the 4th base, just taking more expansions, more minerals, more of a Zealot heavy composition. It was a really impressive defense out of ryung. And again, we don't expect ryung to push until he maxes. So ryung, it's on him to turtle up until he can max out and can deflect and survive all the aggression of herO. And so far, so good. herO, he never knocked down these rocks, so there's only 2 angles. There's only 2 angles of attack here, so it should be very easy for ryung to defend. On 4 bases, there's 1 attack path here at the 3rd, and 1 attack path here at the 4th. When ryung is pushing. Yeah, he's getting ready for his move out. ryung, he's almost maxed, or he is maxing out. And this move out, it's gonna hit like a truck. Now, it's going to be on herO to either slow this down or counterattack and force the army to retreat. So far, tanks on siege. Yeah, tanks on siege. Cyclones do fall. A decent engage there from herO. And again, he has to back off. He has to respect the tank line and kite back and keep engaging. Oh, brutal lock-ons though. Gets 1. Gets 1. Gets 2 immortals. Lock-ons. He gets 3. 3 immortals going to be going down. Brutal lock-ons. These are expensive losses for herO, and ryung, he's done it. ryung, he's done it. He snowballs out of control. At the same time, we do have a Prism drop into the main base. Prism is dead. Immortals are on their own. And herO doesn't have an army. He does not have an army here. How many gateways does he have? Only 10 gateways. He tried to warp in across the map. herO, he has a mineral bank, but he cannot spend his money. The gateway count isn't there. Yeah, the gateway count is not there. Again, he's got 2,000 minerals, but he doesn't have the gateways. And he's trying to warp in. The base is going to fall. The base does fall. Likewise, kiting well against these zealots. But Lent is going to go down. And ryung has to make a choice here. He honestly could just keep pushing. He could just keep pushing in. Oh, he's going to rotate. The tanks are a little bit exposed, so he has to be very careful with his army movements. Tanks do siege. Storm zones. And again, herO, he just cannot keep up. At this point, now he's burning through his bank, but it's a little bit more desperate. A nice flank with the Zealots, though. Very nice. Gets on top of the tanks, and he will reset. He will reset the tank count. geralt, he holds. He does barely hold the line here. We have Cyclone reinforcements. They were delayed. Oh, the immortals are exposed. Yeah, the immortals are exposed. There's just not enough support. He cleans up all the tanks, but there's still too much Terran. There's just still too much of a rally here. As geralt, he needs time to stabilize. He needs time to build up. Skin reveals more bases. And ryung, he has momentum. The thing here is that geralt, he's fighting for his life and he's barely holding on, and in the process losing expansions, right? Losing one base, losing another expansion as well, and about to lose another. The problem as well is that ryung, he's left untouched. Like, the economy is untouched here. He's freely mining, freely saturating. So he can just freely rally across the map. Starting away geralt. Geralt comes in from behind, not bad. It gets us over one of the Liberators. Comes in for the surround. Geralt, he should clean this up. And this was actually a big waste for ryung. He lost a little bit too much supply here. Nice Hellion run by, really necessary run by, but Geralt, he's stabilizing. Geralt, he is stabilizing. This was an overextension. ryung, he pushed out a little bit too hard. And you can see as well that ryung, he has stopped tank production completely. He's switching completely into battle mech. I'm not in love with the idea. Battle mech can be okay. But again, it is weaker this patch. Without that backbone of a tank army, I'm not entirely convinced. This does mean that Geralt, he can start trading more efficiently. Sky Toss is on the horizon. Ooh, as more probes are going down. Mortals to do kite back. There just aren't enough zealots. Yeah, not enough zealots here. Not enough of a gateway army. Geralt, he's broke. Geralt, he at one point had a bank to work with, but now he is broke. He's out of money, out of resources. ryung, even though he took a really rough fight towards the top side, once again, as we try to emphasize, it's his economy. It's the fact that the economy has been untouched the entire game, so he can still keep going, and Geralt can't. Like, it's a battle of attrition at this point. Geralt, he can't afford these trades. ryung can. Oh, gee, oh Jesus, the storm. That storm was brutal. Still something the players are getting used to. As ryung takes down the expansion. And again, Geralt, he has nothing. Like, he has no money behind this. He has no money, he has no resources. ryung going to rotate once again. ryung is pushing in. And I mean, Geralt, he's getting into his mothership. He's doing what he can. I would say that here, ryung, he's once again overextending. Yeah, he's overextending. ryung, we're gonna calm down. As ryung, he will lose everything here. Reinforcements, they arrive. They do end up arriving. They actually shut down the flank. Not bad. Reinforcements, they do actually maintain this position. Ooh. Catching out one of the immortals. And say some of the immortals, every immortal does go down. Massive pickups, that's 4 immortals falling. GG gets called, and ryung takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, ryung. He does claim the first game here. Again, this is a style that we have seen quite a lot of over the past year of play. Again, Kira is very fond of this style. Maru, he does embrace it from time to time as well. We have seen this really work so well on some of the smaller maps. Here on the larger map, we saw that Geralt, he was able to slow it down a little bit, but something that really hurt Geralt, winding it back, if you remember, was his low gateway count. When ryung was pushing across the map, when he maxed, what did Geralt have? He had a 2,000 mineral bank. He had a massive bank, and he couldn't spend his money he only had 10 gateways. He had a lot of bases, he had a lot of economy, he even was mining from the gold base a little bit as well, which adds to the mineral income, but he could not spend his money, could not warp in. Zealots can actually be very effective, very effective here against all things mech, and he couldn't spend his money, couldn't warp in. GG well played. So Geralt, his macro did slip at the worst moment. And now here we go, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Pylon, we have the Polish Protoss player, we have the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is herO. Ooh, and welcome to Pylon. Now, if you remember, I actually mentioned this map a couple of times during the last game. The reasoning for this is because we have seen a lot of that mech style on this map. Not going battle mech initially, going for a turtle heavy, very tank heavy style. Cure is in love with it, Maru does do it here as well on Pylon, and I want to say that herO is also willing to embrace that build on this map. Now, the reason why this works, this hits different, this does hit it different on Pylon, is that rush distance. If you can establish yourself on 4 bases, and I will say it is more difficult because there's a wider entrance in between the bases, there are multiple angles of attack at the 3rd and 4th, so the 4 base setup here is less defendable than Taito Citadel, that is true, but if you can successfully defend on 4 bases, if you can successfully max out, the push is even stronger on this map because it takes seconds to go from your 3rd base to the natural and wedge yourself in between the bases, or to push from in between your bases to the 3rd of your opponent. It takes very little time, and you can punish and you can overwhelm and you can just snowball out of control even faster on this map if you can defend, if you can max out. That's kind of the caveat there. For now, double gas opener out of herO, so it does open up double gas into a faster factory, delayed CC. herO going for a very different build this time. Now, if you remember, one of the indications that it was mech that we did emphasize last game was that last game herO did actually go for a faster CC into a faster 3rd command center, and that was a tell that it was going to be mech. Rushing into a faster CC off of a 1-1-1 Banshee opener is indicative of a mech build, but we saw that coming in the previous game. This time though, we have a very different build, so herO might go into ByuN. Someone in the chat earlier was talking about how herO has been playing more mech because I guess he's slower. I don't really like the implication there, because herO, I mean, it isn't just herO that's been playing mech, a lot of players have been playing mech. herO, Maru, Clem, Cure, basically every Terran player out there has been playing mech against Protoss except for ByuN. Like, ByuN is the only one that hasn't touched mech against Protoss. He has played mech against Zerg in recent times. Of course, that was in the previous patch with the previous Cyclone, but yeah, ByuN is the only one that hasn't done it against Protoss. Like, mech has been explored a lot more in recent years and has become more viable against Protoss as well. What I will say is that the battle mech style that we saw a lot of this year has fallen by the wayside because of the change to the Cyclone, because of the nerf to the Cyclone in this patch, but the other style of turtling up and going into a tank heavy composition is still viable. As you saw, is still viable, is still seen. But is herO willing to do that 2 games in a row? We'll see. For now, opening up with a medevac drop. So going for the marine drop here. Here's herO. From here, getting into early tank production. Something else about Pylon, I was talking about the benefits of going mech on this map, but another thing about Pylon, short rush distance by ground, aggression is favored. We might just see a 2-base all in, to be honest. We could just build up for a 2-base all in with Bio tank. We can pull the boys, we can commit. I'm taking note of the early tank production, and the tank production should continue. Is opening a Viking first. And herO, I feel like he may just push with 3 tanks. We'll see if he moves out with 2 or 3. Ooh, mine shot gets baited. Nice control there by Geralt. Baits out the mine shots, and he defends. Yeah, Geralt, he does defend. How many gateways do we have? 2 gate? Oh. That is risky. If you remember, we spoke about Geralt opening up potentially 2-gate blink last game. He played safe last game. This time Geralt, he opens up 2-gate blink into a faster third. Very greedy. ryung's already here. I thought it was gonna be pushing with 3 tanks. He's pushing with 1, and he's already pushing in towards the pylon. There's the recall. Yeah, pylon's within range. Tries to bait out the mine shot. Nice on Burrow here out of ryung. Yeah, gateway goes down, and Geralt, he's in a lot of trouble here. The pylon's gonna fall. That's gonna depower the robo. And again, Geralt, he was greedy on pylon of all maps. Again, he went for a fast third. Yeah, fast third base of the pylon is so risky. Oh, dives on the tank. He'll get both tanks. Oh, nice save here out of ryung. Very nice micro hot pickup. Saves the tank. Sorkers take extra hits. Tank goes down, but the Sorkers are very low. And the robo's gonna fall. Yeah, robo falls. Without the immortal, how do you defend? The army waddles in. Starter says forward. ryung behind this, rallying another tank. Geralt, he's down to 3 stalkers and barely 3 stalkers. Down to 2. Yeah, 2 stalkers left. Of course, there's only 1 gateway powered, so warping 1 unit at a time. Another gateway just now finished up. Tank does siege. And ryung, he should overwhelm from here. He should overwhelm. He should have too much. Again, Geralt going for a much greedier build this time. Unfortunately, he missed out on the aggression of ryung. He did miss the move out. That's why he had to recall back home as he was caught with his pants down. Tanks do siege. And GG. GG gets called. There's no way to stop ryung. And ryung, he will stay by control to take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to ryung as it does claim the series, does advance on to the next round. My condolences to Geralt. Geralt, he's a really strong player, and Geralt, he has some of the best late game PvT in the world. 100%. Some of us, and we've seen Geralt take it to ByuN, take it to Cure, take it to Bunny, take it to ryung in the late game. He didn't get there though. He didn't really get there at all in this series. Not in game 2, of course, with the all-in out of ryung, and in game 1, we saw that ryung was the first to max out, and Geralt, he didn't have the production to actually sustain his own economy, or to spend his money even. His economy was a little bit too great for his production, and he got overwhelmed there as well. GG. GG, well played. Geralt, he did not get into his final form, and ryung will advance on in his stead. Does advance on. Now let's catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we're headed. And also, Garina, she's chilling. She's chilling. Where's Chi-Chi? Where is Chi-Chi? As we do have some updates here. Okay, from the top, we have MaxPax still waiting for the winner of Ledlix and Tasia. Meanwhile, Nickrak takes down Percival 2-1. Nice win there at a Nickrak. Very impressive. Nickrak waiting for the winner of MaxPax, Tasia, and Ledlix. Meanwhile, ByuN takes down Cristiano 2-0. ByuN waiting for the winner of a Creator and Milky Cow. I was very tempted to jump into Creator versus Milky Cow. Very tempted. Scrolling down, we have Triple still mid-series versus Well when it goes up against Clem. Bunny still mid-series versus Classic. herO's up against Rebellion. Oh, my apologies. Classic just took down Bunny 2-0. herO's up against Rebellion when it goes up against ryung. We most likely will stick with the lower half of the bracket. There are some really good matches going on, like Milky Cow versus Creator. I was very tempted to jump into that. And like Classic versus Bunny as well. So really nice round 1 matches. But for the time being, I believe the goal should be to wait. I believe we are going to be waiting here for herO and Rebellion to wrap up their matches, to wrap up their series, and then follow them into Ryangdra. The Ryangdra, papi. Let's go. Bunny cam. Yes, the bunny cam. I need, you know what I need? I need to have, like, the bunny cam here. I need another like bunny cam mirror here so we can zoom in. We can zoom in on the bunnies. As we are still trying to confirm. Looks like herO is out of game, and herO and Rebellion, I'm curious if they're still mid-series or if they're about to begin. Let's have a look. I think we're currently getting into game 1. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's a fresh series here. So herO versus Rebellion, we're going to be jumping into game number 1. And again, the winner of this series will advance on a face-off against ByuN in the next round. Yes, typically Chi-Chi, she chills out behind the carrier. Top right. They have their respective spots currently. Oh, it's like I guess in theme of our new bunny cam, we are going to be loading into White Rabbit as game number 1. Let's go. It all fits. It all makes sense. It's all lining up. If only we casted Bunny on White Rabbit. True. If only. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbit, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing among us the two people. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the... Oh. We have the South Korean, typically Protoss, but here he is off racing as Terran, representing T1. It is a herO. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. Again, if you're unfamiliar, herO, this is not the first time that he plays Terran against Protoss. He actually does it quite often. If you watch, for example, Pickers Cup. If you watch Pickers Cup in the mornings, we've casted herO play Terran many times. If you're curious, herO's Terran is around 6k on the Korean ladder, so it's pretty damn good, pretty damn solid. And herO, he often does play Terran against Protoss in the earlier rounds against some of the lower level Protoss players. Rebellion, of course, is still GM. He's still GM. He's more of a semi-pro, but against the semi-pros is typically when herO does off-race. It's similar to Australia. If you know anything about Australia, Australia does the same thing, where he also plays Terran. He also off-races. He also does off-race against Terran against some of the other semi-pros. As Australia's Terran is also like at that level, like at around 6k. But here we go. As herO does come in with the eBay block, very nice style, very nice block. Now, when it comes to Rebellion, he has some crazy builds in this matchup, and we have seen some quirky play out of Rebellion, so our eyes are mainly going to be on him. herO, he's more of a standard player in TVP, so our eyes are mainly on Rebellion when it comes to the quirkiness, when it comes to the builds of choice. Meanwhile, we do have White Rabbit, so welcome one more. White Rabbit is a very defensive map of the map pool, much more macro oriented. We have our natural, we have our third, we have our fourth base as well. The bases themselves are relatively spread out, and we do have some wide entrances into the bases as well. That is true, there are some wide entrances, but there are also limited attack paths. Rotations are limited back and forth between some of these bases, so it is easier for the defending player to keep up with army rotations. Likewise, in the center of the map, we do have a lot of interesting terrain here which can be made use of to actually take some better fights, actually get some better positionings here with things like Colossus, with Tempest, with Skytos, with tanks. Basically any kind of range-based units can make use of the center of the map quite well just because of the cliff faces that are available here. True, Blink Stalkers can also make use of them in the center of the map. For now, we have Twilight Council on the way, Rebellion working towards Blink, and herO back at home getting to his own standard setup as well. Oh, hello, herO. Now, I was mentioning that herO he usually plays standard, but this is anything but. That is a second Rax. Now, we're going to be seeing one of two things. Either herO or he gets scouted. Yeah, nice scout by Rebellion, but herO he either goes for a 2-1-1 from here, or he goes for a 3-1-1 two-base all-in. For now, I'm leaning towards the two-base all-in, early tank production out of herO, and we're expecting a faster, third Rax, two-base all-in. So this is very old school. When I say old school, we saw this build was very popular at the start of the year, at the beginning of the year, like January, February, March of 2025, and even of course last year as well. Here we're building up a very hefty bio army. We're going to be building up a very hefty tank count as well. Should be building up to 3 tanks. I know I did say last series that we expected ByuN to go for a 3 tank push. We went for a 1 tank push. Here we should be building up to 3 tanks before moving out with a heavy bio army for the all-in, and you have the option to pull the boys with this. Now, typically this hits without any starport, right? There's no starport, there's no medevac support. You can opt to go for it instead and go for a later push and wait for your starport production and medevacs as well. There are like other variations of this, but herO should be pushing soon. Oh, going combat shields first, not stim. Okay. Dolan, is that you? Going into early combat shields, we can see Rebellion getting ready for harassment, getting ready for a counterattack, a gateway set up to warping across the map. How many gateways does he have? So far, 2. Soon to be 3. So it's going to be 3 gate blink out of Rebellion, but an aggressive variation. He could even go for a 4th gateway. herO was unable to siege up. Does get some hits in. Second tank has arrived, a 3rd tank is on the way. herO forcing his way up the ramp. Taking a lot of hits on that tank. Tank does almost go down. Yeah, tank taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, the low HP tank moves forward. Yes, a little bit lopsided here with the tank positioning. Not ideal. 3rd tank is on the way. Takes down the first pylon. Blinks on top of the tanks. He gets both. Yeah, Rebellion does take down both tanks. Very nicely done. herO was out of position. He was out of position. And now we see an eBay. eBay's on the way. Gas Geyser's on the way. herO. He looks like he's faltering a little bit here. Oh. Yeah, the Immortal has arrived. Gets us up with the tank. Tank does go down just barely. But Marines take it in. Okay. Tank did his job. We're getting another warp in. We're getting us around. And herO should be cleaned up. Yeah, here he's going to be cleaned up here. He's run out of steam. Run out of army. I'm losing the first 2 tanks at the start of the fight was brutal. And now Rebellion can counterattack. herO's in trouble. herO's in a lot of trouble here. herO would be okay if it wasn't for the proxy, right? Rebellion, he can warp in across the map, and he is warping in across the map. Once he gets high ground vision, he can just dive into the main, and right now there's only 1 tank defensively, no bunker. And no bunker is set up. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Shiva Blaster in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much here for subscribing for 45 months. That's a lot of months, man. It's a lot of months. Nice stim though. Nice stim. Nice punish. Here he does punish those stalkers. Those are expensive losses for Rebellion. Rebellion, he did not have high ground vision. Did not blink into the main. And herO holds. herO, he does hold. See in the chat, is this still herO messing with Terran, or is he maining this now? I haven't been watching streams for a bit. herO, he does only play Terran in the early rounds of tournaments, kind of like Estrella. So if you watch Estrella, or if you've seen Estrella in tournaments, it's very similar to herO, where in the early rounds against some lower tier players, like Rebellion, he's still GM, he's still like up there. He's still like a semi-pro. He's like a Code A Protoss. He's like a Code A Korean player. Against players of that caliber, herO, he does off race. Kind of like Astray as well, where he also does off race against with Terran against Protoss. But he doesn't do this against, like, I don't know, say Classic or MaxPax or Showtime or Zaun or Nightmare. Here we go. So we're pushing to the center, at the same time going for his own drop across the map. Ooh, late reaction. Okay, late reaction by Rebellion does pull away though. Doesn't lose any stalkers yet. Barely gets away. Cheeky move out of Rebellion going for the Dark Strike, but he gets spotted. He gets scouted. A drop into the main. Oof, probes are falling. And here is pushing right down mid. Charge is now done. Oh, I'll say, thankfully, nice split towards the end. They don't club. But that's going to be 18 probes. This one drop in the main base is doing critical damage. 18 probes going down. Yeah, brutal damage. Takes down the Twilight Council as well. Nice snipe out of a herO. I mean, the Twilight Council doesn't really matter as much. I mean, but there is no Temple Archives, no Storm. True. Big delay on Storm. And hero's just going for the kill. At this point, he's just snowballing out of control. There was potential for Rebellion after the all-in failed, but we saw the Rebellion here extended, and he did not have high ground vision. So Rebellion's counterattack was lackluster. Nice time with the tanks, but here he can just stim and win. He can stim, he can win, baby. Without splash damage, there's not much to stop him. There's not much to stop him. There's no immortals, no river base units. Scan just in case. GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. herO, he does take a lead in the series, and with that, herO, he will be... Oh, he'll be taking a lead. We'll see if Rebellion can bounce back. We'll see if we can make a series out of this. Let's go. Let us go. As again, winding it back, herO, he initially went for the 2-base all-in, and it fell on its face. Like, Rebellion had a really nice defense against the all-in. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, his counterattack was brutal. It did fall on its face. We saw that he was able to warp it across the map. He pushed, and he had the opportunity to maybe get into the main base. Remember, there was no bunker. There was only one tank at the natural, and unfortunately, he had no observer or he had no hallucination, so he had to only push into the natural base, which is where herO was actually more secure. And in the end, in the end, Rebellion, he got caught out, right? He left his army idle. He lost a bunch of stalkers. GG. With that, he lost any momentum that he once had. And now we are getting ready here for game 2. Yo, where did Karina go? Ah, where did she go? This is what we need, like more like bunny angles. We need we need like a ground level view to look into the carrier. Then we need like a top down, like bird's eye view. We need oh no. Let's go. Getting into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on ley lines. I should also emphasize that Wardy, he does have a custom map pool for this tournament. He does have some older maps, but he also has 4 TLMC21 maps. So the older maps that stuck around were ley lines, Persephone, Pylon, Tokamak, and Torches. So we have 5 older maps, and they're going to be joined by 4 new ones by White Rabbit, 10,000 Feet, Ruby Rock, and Taito Citadel. I'm not very fond of one of the older maps being ley lines, to be honest. Ley lines has been around for a very long time, so I am disappointed that Wardy did decide to keep ley lines instead of one of the other maps. So that is unfortunate, but regardless, we're getting in. We're getting into our game, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss. We have the blue Protoss. For among us two people, it is Rebellion. Ooh, and hopefully everything's okay as we are stuttering a little bit. In the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran. For T1, it is herO. It looks like the connection to the Korean server is struggling a little bit here. It's been a while since I've had to use Mudfish and use a VPN, but I might have to use a VPN for the next series. Or even for the Ace match if we go there. Because Yeah, the ping is brutal. It's specifically the server, just because the connection to Twitch is perfectly fine. The connection to Twitch, the connection on OBS. So just a Blizzard server thing. Oof. So I'm just setting it up as we speak. Meanwhile, herO, he does go for an economic opener, does go for a Rax expand, economic start out of herO. Meanwhile, Rebellion going for his own standard opener as well. herO, he actually goes, for a faster tech lab into Marauder. Okay, this is a cheeky build. Basically, herO, he went for the more economic start, CC on the low ground. Rebellion, with the probe scout, he saw the command center. So the goal of this Marauder, the goal of the tech lab, is to catch the initial gateway units. Right now, herO, he's kind of luring Rebellion in. He's like, hey, you saw my greedier build. You want to try to punish this, don't you? So ideally, herO, he wants to catch out the first adept, the first stalker that gets sent across the map. Assuming the Rebellion will send it. And he is. So stalkers are moving out. Their purpose should be to delay the CC. And herO, you can see he's hiding the Marauder. Yeah, he's hiding the Marauder. The goal is to come in from behind to lock down the stalker. And they're going to kill early on. Stalker's revealed. Marauders, they react. Oh, yeah, he does show his hand too soon. herO gonna try to intercept. He's coming. He's trying. Yeah, does come in for the interception, but he's too late. Yeah, he's too little too late. So a little bit of a fumble here in the execution for herO. Does fumble the ball. Stalker gets away. Shield batteries in production. And herO behind this going for extra Raxes. Going for a 3 Rax follow-up hyper aggression out of herO. Is being hyper aggressive. This is going to be for a very strong, very early stim timing. So we're going for the early stim timing. Hallucination does confirm all 3 Raxes. Rebellion knows, and he needs more weapons back at home. He needs that defensive setup. He's throwing down extra gateways. Good call. Going for a Dark Shrine. This is another way to deal with this, but I'm a little bit concerned this is too late. I'm concerned the Dark Shrine is just too late of a response because Stim is almost done, right? Stim is almost complete. herO, he should be pushing soon. There we go. He's pushing. Oh no! Does he catch the Prism? Yeah, Prism does rally, and Prism gets caught out. Oh, brutal pickup. Yeah, Prism does fall. Dark Shrine is almost done. And we'll see if herO can break through. Once again, I do apologize for the in-game frame drops. Once again, it's just the connection to the Korean server. I will fix that for the next game. Do my best. DT's a wardle out. And herO, he does have a scan. Yeah, he has 2 scans. 2 scans are available. He sims in. A Sims on forward, going for the Zealots. And DT's a rally across the map. A nice force field, but the Zealots are going to be shut down. They'll clean up every single Zealot here. And it costs a lot of Marauders. Templar, they get into the mineral line. There's a scan. No DTs. A little bit unfortunate, but there we go. Yeah, he defends back at home. There was that 1 DT warping in. herO's running out of steam. He's running out of units here. There's a scan, but he's overstimmed. And Rebellion holds. Rebellion, he barely holds on. He gets 8 SCVs across the map. He gets some economic damage, but the worker counts are dead even, and herO, he still has a lot of momentum, still has a larger army. We'll see if he can push once again, this time with +1. So +1 is now done. Here he does move out. Behind this, here he is yet to throw down the 3rd CC, so he's still very committed. He's very committed. And if Rebellion can survive this, if he can survive this next push, this next wave of aggression without taking too many losses, he can stabilize. So Rebellion, he can stabilize. He can hold on. I see you send you on the chat. It's only liking for the observer, I assume. Yes. I did say this before. It's just a connection to the Korean server. This is not impacting the players. It's just the Korean server. Did already mention. You know, Deep House denies the warp in, not bad. Dark Shrine goes down. And here he's rallying. He does rally. Meanwhile, big shout to Luis. Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Estamos aquí casting the WardiTV Mondays. Still early in the round. Still early in the tournament. As herO is going for the kill. Unfortunately, no splash damage. No Storm. No Colossus. Mind shots going up. And herO can overwhelm. He can break the base, he can break the expansion. At the same time, Zella Runby does get some SCV kills, not bad. 9 SCV is going to be falling, but herO still has the greater main army. He can still just keep pushing, keep rallying. Force fields can slow him down. Okay, size up the army. Force fields they help, but overall, herO, he breaks through. There's a scan. Make sure DTs don't defend. GG gets called. GG gets called. herO, he does claim the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations to herO, as he does claim the series. Again, I do apologize for the stuttering that was occurring in game, but it's just a Korean server that was not being too accommodating here. Hold on. As congratulations, herO, he does claim the series. Again, hyper aggression out of herO, and I'm just turning on my VPN to make sure that doesn't happen again. All good. All good. Just catching up in the chat. Never heard about Rebellion. Oh, you must be a little bit new. Rebellion, he's been competing since 2016. I think he debuted back in 2016, so Rebellion has been around for a long time. You might know him by his previous name. He used to go by Gyelzing. So he was Gyelzing back in 2016, and his name switch to Rebellion was relatively recently. It was in like 2020, like basically the COVID era. COVID era StarCraft hit, and Gyelzing did name change to Rebellion. That was, I say recently, 5 years ago. It's crazy, but yeah, relatively recently, 5 years ago is when he name changed from Gyelzing to Rebellion. But GG, well played. Congratulations to herO. herO does claim the series. It does advance on into the next round, and we're going to be following herO into that next series. Exclamation mark, be in the chat. Have a look back yourselves. Oh, there's Chi-Chi. There she is. She was hiding earlier. Este Chi-Chi. But exclamation mark B, and we can catch up on the bracket. We can figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, from the top, Tasia takes down Lelix 2-1. Tasia's up against MaxPax in the round of 16. Nickrak's still waiting, so waiting for quite some time. ByuN is still waiting for the winner of Milky Cow and Creator. So some of these matches are taking quite some time to update, quite some time to really take place. Scrolling down, we have Clem. He's up against Triple in the next round. Triple and well, they went all the way to the ace match, so that was a bit of a longer series, but now they're facing off. Classic still waiting for his ex-opponent, has been waiting for a long time. ryung was also waiting for a long time, but finally he has his opponent. ryung and herO up next. That is going to be our next series. Quarterfinals, Team Vitality. Beautiful. He's catching up. Not for players. Beautiful. Vetoes are underway. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be getting into our next series. Again, we're going to be focusing on the lower half of the bracket. I believe Wardy was covering ByuN versus Cristiano, and he might be covering the Tasia series. I'm a little bit uncertain as to where he is, but there are two streams. There are two streams, two English streams here. We have ourselves and Wardy, and we try to avoid each other until the later stage of the tournament. Try to avoid. Buns, nice. Yes, yes, we have Bunny Cam. Ah. Let's go. I believe we have a command. Exclamation mark Bunny came in the chat. Bunny cam features Gigi Brown and Karina White, two female mini lot bunnies. Mini lot rabbits. Born in June of 2025. Yes, yes. It's still very young. Still very young. This is Chi-Chi. This is Chi-Chi. Currently eating some pellets. I started using the bunny cam a couple of days ago, but on my personal stream. This is the first time we're featuring the bunny cam on the CranKy Ducklings. CranKy Ducklings. Karina, she's laying down behind the cow. You can see her like white paw. See her white paw in the background. I saw Tasia versus Rogue on Evo Pig casted the other day. We've been casting Tasia for the past couple of months, so it's been a couple of months since he's returned. So if you want to watch some Tasia VODs, they're on our YouTube channel. I want to say Tasia, he started competing again back in June? No. May? Like around May. Around May of this year is when Tasia started competing again. So the VODs are on our YouTube channel. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is ByuN. You're saying hello. I say get out of here. Ah, let's go. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. As we are going to be settling in. So far we have our openers. We need a translator. Yeah, I mean, we can assume what is being said. I think herO said hello. ByuN said, 안녕 하세요. Leave my bases. Yes, from here we are going to be settling in. We do have our more standard opening here. We have a rank expand economic start out of ByuN. Meanwhile, herO going for his own standard opener as well. Again, if you're in the chat, predictions are open, so place your bets while you can. They should be closing soon. Coming into this, herO is the favorite player, but ByuN, he has been able to cause these upsets in the past. He can definitely take it to the top players in the world. Can never count ByuN out, and we'll see if he does embrace mech again. For now, add-on swap here into early Cyclone. We've seen this build before, game 1 versus Geralt. So it looks like an add-on swap into the starport. We'll see if we go for an early Viking with tank production after the Cyclone. If that is the case, that leads into a faster third TC, that leads into mech. So we're expecting Cyclone. I think it's double Cyclone into tank into Viking, but we'll keep an eye on him. That does move out. Behind this, Twilight Council opener out of herO, going into Blink. And it's going to be in herO to confirm what's going on. Ooh, as ByuN, he's off center. Oh, good. As ryung is slightly off center here. Unfortunate. That actually might be what the comment was about. No, it's before that. Before that. There's the first cyclone. herO throwing down 2 gateways, so he's playing very safe. So 3 gate blink, 3 gate blink at a herO. Oh, okay. Does go for the add-on swap into Banshee play. No early Viking. Right, of course. Well, going for the early Viking was indicative of the all-in. That was game 2. Sorry, my apologies. That was game 2 of his series versus Geralt. Here, going to Cloak Banshees. We're going for the tech up on the factory. If we see a third CC, I mean, then we can start talking about mech. We'll see if he goes to that third command center. Again, mech has been a thing for like the past year against Protoss and TVP. So you should be relatively familiar with what it looks like. I think we mentioned in the previous series, but like all the Terran players have been playing mech against Protoss, like, except for ByuN. Like ByuN is the only one that was like more adverse to that. So shout out to ByuN. Shout out. Of course, that was mainly in the last patch with the old Cyclone. That has since been changed. That has since been fixed. Second Banshee's on the way. And we're waiting for a third CC. There it is. SCV moves out. Speaking of, so is herO. Yeah, third CC is going to be on the way. herO behind this, he does have his Warp Prism. He has extra Stalkers, and we'll see if herO can break through. There's that third command center. Yeah, this does scream mech here from ryung. We'll see if he gets the second factory. High Flight Rotor's on the way. Does confirm. Ooh, Adepts, they don't quite get in. They threaten the shade, extra warp ins. ryung is spread thin. Yeah, he's spread thin. The first tank is going to go down, takes down the tank, takes down the bunker, and before ryung can embrace his mech, he's going to be broken. He's going to be broken here and now. Tank is repositioning. Nice control out of herO. He blinks back, he blinks away. And herO, he's doing critical damage here. Detections available. Banshees, they get punished. Oof. Losing both Banshees. Brutal damage. And unlike against Geralt, ryung, he isn't able to just freely get into 3 bases. Here, he's much more assertive, much more aggressive in comparison. As ryung is contained, and ryung, he lost 8 SCVs. He can't afford any more production. He can't afford that second factory. And the investment into High Flight Rotor just hasn't been worth it. It just was not worth it. Takes down the tank. herO pulls away. The Observer is still in position. Gets another bunker. And throughout all this, herO is just saturating. He's saturating, getting into a third base. Forge on the way for +1. Charge as well. There's that second factory. But again, this second factory in this mech was meant to be thrown down like 2 minutes ago. Like, it was basically, as herO pushed in is when we should have seen the second factory. But unfortunately, like, the defense, the aggression did take away ryung's attention. And ryung, he's very delayed here getting into his production and getting to his third CC. Dives on the tank, gets 1. Yeah, tank goes down, 5 SCVs as well. CC is gonna fall. Force to pull the boys to repair. That's gonna be another 12 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. And again, ryung, he just could not get into his mech. He tried, but tried. But he was punished early on. Blinks in, takes down the tank, takes down another Banshee. And GG. GG. Here he does overwhelm. He does take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And with that, here he does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if ryung can recover. We'll see if he can recover here. We'll see if he can fight back. We'll see what map we load into for game number 2. Winding it back here, again, ryung, he was attempting to rush into mech. If you remember, his build was quite greedy, going from a 1-1-1 Banshee play, committed Banshee play, into 3rd CC, into his factories, which is why he was vulnerable, which is why there was a small window in time where he was vulnerable, where he was exposed at his natural and his main base. Here went 3-gate blink into hyper aggression, into a move out, and he was able to break ryung before he could really embrace his build and embrace his mech and embrace his 3rd CC. GG. GG, well played. So here he snowballs out of control, and with that, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Here we go. Here, taking full advantage of the new observer siege changes. He was using the observer towards the end of the game. That is true in regards to siege. It was towards the end, but like by that point he had already like broken through. Like he had already like it was. He had already overwhelmed ryung, I should say. But here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is ryung. Here we go, and welcome one all to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is more of a rush map. Last game, ryung, he telegraphed pretty hard that he was playing mech. This time, we could see some more aggressive builds and some more intense all-ins out of ryung. That's what we're expecting, at least, here on 10,000 feet. Initially, we have the SCV moving out across the map, and we'll see if we can get the eBay block going. Seeing every on siege from the other side of the base and blinking the tanks immediately. Kind of. For the first couple of tanks, they were already pre-sieged and herO dove in anyway. Again, like herO, he had the numbers advantage, he had the momentum. Once again, ryung was very greedy last game. Like that's why he was so vulnerable. It had less to do with catching tanks on siege and more to do with the timing that herO hit, and recognizing that ryung would be vulnerable. As remember, ryung, he rushed into a 3rd base. He rushed into a 3rd CC, and he was also playing mech, so like it was a bit of a later power spike for him. Meanwhile, ryung, he does deny the expansion. He will force the unnatural natural out of herO. So a nice start for ryung. And we're expecting ryung to, I mean, we'll keep an eye on him. We could see a second Rax. If we see a second Rax before the starport, that would be indicative of hyper aggression and of an all-in. We should still be seeing a command center first, but then after that, we'll keep an eye on the follow-up. So our eyes are on ryung. Oh, there it is. So it is going to be a second Rax before starport. This is going to be an all-in. I assumed it was going to be a CC, then Rax. Instead, it's straight up Rax into a 3rd Rax, 1 base all-in. So 1 base all-in out of ryung. We were expecting a 2 base all-in, regardless, hyper aggression out of our Terran player. And the reason why this hits harder on this map on 10,000 feet, 1, this is a rush map. Very short rush distance by ground, very direct attack path. On top of that, we have the exposed natural expansion here. We have the unnatural natural out of herO. Here, his base is very isolated, very exposed, so it's going to be more difficult to defend. Not saying impossible to defend, not at all, but just more difficult. There's more kind of working against herO here. When it comes to the map of choice, when it comes to the opener. Meanwhile, checking herO's vision, he just did scout. He did not see the rest of the production. For all he knows, there could be a CC here, right? There could be a command center on the high ground right here. So he does not have confirmation yet.
I'm here in the shadows.
Behind this, ooh, going for blink. Bold move. We have seen a lot of players go for Stargate openers to defend in this position just because Oracles and Phoenixes, they don't really care about terrain, right? They can traverse back and forth between their bases a little bit easier here, but specifically against an all-in, I actually really like this. Against an all-in, a Stargate opener would struggle, but here with Blink, you have more micro potential, you can kite back. You could even sacrifice your base, kite away, pick away at the army, and defend your main instead. So we'll see how herO does approach this as ryung does move out. Here we go. ryung does drop in. So far, nice D power here on Blink. Very nice. And also, Jesus, the Artosis Pylon. Artosis Pylon goes down. D powers everything in the main. Massive delay on Blink, and this will benefit ryung because here it comes. Here comes the push. And Blink should be done by now. Blink should be finishing up in time for the push. But here is not ready. Here he's not ready. Blink has yet to restart. Just now restarting, so delayed. And we're getting himself the robo. Yeah, ryung, he's doing it. He's snowballing out of control. He depowers the robo. He denies the immortal. Boys are being pulled. And herO, he's down to 6 stalkers. herO try to surround. Gets all the cyclone. Nice control out of ryung. Pop pickup, saves the cyclone. Takes care of all the stalkers. And ryung has done it. ryung, at this point, he has done it. He takes care of what? 4 stalkers go down. 3 stalkers left. Another tank has arrived. ryung should land the Viking. There we go. Does land. Viking lands. Tank is saved once again. Mass repair on the tank. And the base falls. Yeah, the base does fall. And again, just a brutal start for herO to lose the gateways, to lose Blink, or for all of it to be delayed. Now hero's going to try to catch reinforcements. ryung, he does take notice. He's on the high ground. Very nice movement here by ryung. Catching up the army. He's pushing. He's going for the kill. There's a force field. Okay. There's a sentry. There's a force field. Slows down the army. Slows down the army. Slows down ryung. Nice tank volley. Tank has almost made it. Can the tank make it? Oh, there's Blink. Yeah, does Blink in. Tank is unsieged. Yeah, tank was unsieged, but ryung, he sucks too much. Yeah, he has a high ground as well. He maintains the high ground, takes out the final stalker, and with that, we have a series. GG gets called. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Este ryung. GG, well played. Again, these one-base all-ins hit harder on 10,000 feet because of the rush distance, because of the exposed natural expansion as well. But on top of that, so crucial that ryung got into the main base and depowered everything. He depowered all the gateways. He depowered the Twilight Council. He delayed Blink. With that, there was less of an army because warpins were delayed. And of course, Blink was heavily delayed as well, as herO had to wait for the second pylon to finish to repower that Twilight Council. A heavy delay on the production, heavy delay on Blink. With that, ryung snowballs out of control. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to the ace match. And we'll see how this story ends. Again? Wait, what? Am I crazy? Am I losing my mind? What map was game 1? Did we load into the same map twice in the same series? Am I crazy? Hold on. I'm double checking the VOD. Okay, no, Ruby Rock. Okay. My mistake. In my mind, it was blending the two together. But spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Titus Citadel, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran tying up the series 1-1 for Team Vitality. It is ryung. But yeah, like in my mind, even when I was casting on Ruby Rock, I was so convinced it was Titus Citadel. The minimap, I should say, color palette looks very similar. It's very similar. But yeah, my mistake. So game 1 was Ruby Rock here on Titus Citadel. Now the question becomes, does ryung attempt to play mech again? Mech, I would say, should be a little bit stronger here than on Ruby Rock when it comes to defending early on. The rush distance by ground on Ruby Rock is a little bit shorter, so it took less time for a herO to get across the map. So we'll see if ryung does go for the CC into factory, into tech lab, into add-on swap. So we're expecting marine into tech lab, factory, add-on swap here into early cyclone. We'll see if ryung does go for that here. If so, that would be indicative of the same build that we saw in game 1. So marine first, factory. We're waiting for the tech lab. Just building up the gas. Behind this hero going for his own standard, oh, just going for his own standard opener as well. Yep, there we go. Tech lab is on the way. This does look like the same build. So we're expecting tech lab, add-on swap, cyclone, into starport, into add-on swap, into cloak banshee. If all of that lines up, then it'd be indicative of a third TC, then into mech. We'll see if he deviates. And from the side of herO, we'll see if he goes into 3-gate blink. If he does set up 3-gate blink stalker, then he has the potential to punish ryung again. And this could just be deja vu, like just just seeing it all unfold for a second time. Oh boy. Hello. No shot is going for a third TC before starport. No shot. ryung, calm down. He is hyper greed at ryung. So this is not the same build, that we saw previously. A very fast third TC out of ryung, cutting a lot of corners here. Basically third TC before starport. So this is a different build, but it's quite greedy. And we do see herO opening up Dark Shrine. Huh. Okay. So Twilight Council not into Blink, Twilight Council into Dark Shrine, into DTs. Interesting. How does this pan out? So, couple of things. Because of the faster third CC, obviously it's going to be 3 CC into a 3-max. This is a build that ByuN is very fond of. Like, ByuN is very fond of this. Looks like ryung is taking a page out of ByuN's book, going into a third Rax, into Stim, into a delayed starport, into delayed map control. Yep, there it is, third Rax. So again, this is the ByuN build. You do leave yourself very vulnerable because 1, you have no map control, 2, no vision, no scouting whatsoever. ryung has no idea what's going on. But because he's getting a third TC and a third orbital, he may have extra scans. With extra scans, these DT... he's muling. No, he just muled. Is that game? That might just be game. In StarCraft, there are instances here in a couple of matchups, in PvP and in PvT, where the game can just end. No scan. 0 scans, DTs a wardle in, there's no way to deal with this, and this can lead into an insta-GG. Yeah. He does have an orbital that's on the way. Oh, God. And there's just no answer. He's about to have 1 scan in the main base. This is critical damage. There's the first scan. That's all he has. Just 1. Okay, he has second. He has 1 more scan in the main. Thanks for the third TC. Again, if it wasn't for this third command center, that he would have no scan for so long. So 2 scans, he survives. That is 12 SCVs going down. Ay, that is brutal damage. And heroes rushing into the gold behind this. There is a gold base. There's a gold expansion. Now, a couple of things here. 1, the gold base is going to be really effective because of something we just mentioned. What did we speak about? When it comes to this build, the biggest weakness of this is your lack of map presence because there's no starport. There's no starport, so there's no Banshee harass. There's no drop play. There's no drop play either for ryung. And there won't be for quite some time. So herO, his base is very safe. The gold base is insanely safe. It's a really good way to take advantage of a player that's turtling up and being greedy. So this, again, like herO, he's reacting really well to the build that he's scouting, to how ryung is playing. Just taking advantage of how defensive ryung is. Now, when it comes to ryung's build, where this really hits his stride, we were talking about the downsides of this build. The upside is ryung should have a faster third, and he should have faster 3 base economy, a faster 3 base saturation, and he can snowball out of control with a supply lead in the mid game. That would be the case if he didn't already lose a mineral line, right? He lost half a mineral line earlier, he lost 12 SCVs. Here he will lose a bunker, more boys are being pulled, more SCVs are going down, and the economic lead that this build is meant to give him, it's not as he'll bleed out too much. Yeah, 16, 17 SCVs going down. He will lose the entire mineral line. ryung, he will barely hold on, but again, he will be crippled economically, and he falls behind. He does fall behind. This was a risky, of course, it is always a risky build by rushing into a fast third like this. The hope is to get away with it and to have a better economy, but he fails to get away with it. He fails. He is punished. He's punished for his greed, and he falls behind. From here, herO, he dives in, gets on top of the tank. Tank will go down. And he can just keep warping in Zealots. Why? Because of the gold. Remember, the gold base boosted mineral income, and minerals all you need for Zealots. So you can just keep warping in Zealots, and you can just keep pushing. Just keep rallying forward, just brute force your way into the natural. Just warp in after warp in after warp in of Zealots. Thanks to the gold. And ryung just cannot keep up. He cannot keep up. Not like this. Medevac goes down. The natural base is forfeits. And GG. Refaki. Por favor. GG. GG gets called. And here he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. No, sorry, to the semis. The semifinals. GG, well played. Congratulations here to herO. He will claim the series. A very intense, very fun, very back and forth matchup here. We saw a different build every game. I did appreciate that. Different build every game. Game 1, ryung attempted to go into mech. Game 2, we saw ryung go for a 1 base all in. And game 3, ryung, he did go for a 3 CC, 3 racks, which again got scattered, got punished. Or didn't even get scattered initially. The DTs, it was just a really nice gamble out of herO. DTs, they popped off. They provided some scouting information, allowed herO to take the gold, and to snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. With that, let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Okay, so herO, he's the first player to make it to the semifinals, and herO, he's waiting for the winner of Clem and Classic, as they're currently facing off in on the Americas server, in a TVP. Scrolling on over, we have ByuN versus Creator. Creator takes out Milky Cow 2-1. That was a very long series, very long between Creator and Milky Cow, went the distance. But we have ByuN versus Creator, and we have MaxPax. MaxPax, he takes on Tasia 2-0, and MaxPax is up against Nicaract, currently facing off. So MaxPax versus Nicaract, ByuN versus Creator, Clem versus Classic, purely TVPs. Pure TVPs here. And we'll see if that trend continues coming into the semis. We shall see. For now, let's figure out where everyone else is. Wardy, of course, is casting in English as well. Wardy's casting in English, and I believe Rex is casting in his native language. Wardy, he's in game 1 of Clem versus Classic. Okay. So they're in game 1, which means we will be getting into game 2. So quarterfinals, Clem versus Classic. Clem's on Team Liquid. Classic is on the Virtus Pro. Beautiful. And they're getting into the mid game. They're getting into the mid game over on 10,000 feet. Coming into this, what do we have here? Oh god, yeah, no. Clem does have the advantage getting into the mid game for sure. But regardless of how game 1 goes, we should be able to get into game number 2. So we're going to be going on a bit of a break. It's possible that some of the other casters are covering ByuN and Creator and MaxPax and Nicaract. When I say some of the other casters, we have TKL, we have Rex, and we have Indy. But based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like they're all in the same series. Looks like they're all covering the same series, so I think they're all covering Clem versus Classic. Just catching up. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. We're going to be going on a short break, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines. After the break, we should be getting into the lower semis, followed by the upper semis, and then the grand finals. So we're nearing the end of the tournament. 3 series left, both semis, and then the grand finals thereafter. So we'll see you soon once Clem and Classic open up for game 2. See you then. See you then. Bye. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals of the WardiTV Monday number 55. Oh boy, sorry, 56. Here we go. We are back. We have returned, and we are jumping mid-series into the lower semis. We're jumping into our TVP and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Green Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Here we go. And we are mid-series. We're getting into game number 2, and Classic is currently up 1-0. Now, if you happen to be watching the game 1, I would love to know what happened. I'd love to know what did transpire between the two players. Unfortunately, we did miss out on the first game. Game 1 was on 10,000 feet. It was a relatively long back and forth. They did embrace the mid-game. They did embrace the mid-game here, but now we're going to be settling into our TVP. Terran versus Protoss. Alright, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our Terran versus Protoss matchup. Let's go. Let us go. So we have our TVP. Clem, he has been still exploring himself in this matchup, I will say that. We have been seeing Clem adjust a little bit more against more robo-heavy play, but Classic did open up Storm last game, I do know that at least. We'll see how our players do adjust, as Clem traditionally has gone for a more aggressive approach in this matchup. Traditionally. As Classic, he will delay the CC. Ooh, he will lose the probe though. Ay, 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 that should not have happened. Probe does go down, and Clem can now expand. He's now free to expand. Behind this, our players are going to be opening up. And Clem does go for a more economic start. Was slightly delayed, but hey, he killed the probe for it, so it makes up for that. Does make up for it in the end. From here, we're expecting a Twilight Council out of Classic. As alluded to Tokamak, it is one of the larger maps in the map pool. You can get away with Stargate play, but no, we have the answer. It is going to be a Twilight Council out of Classic. Oh. So far, getting one, getting two probes, not bad. Two probes going to be going down. And the Reaper gets away. So a better start here for Clem. At the same time, Adept does a shade across the map, looking to delay the CC, and looks like it's going to be close. Oh, ooh, barely does not. Barely one more second away, one more shot, but a little bit too little too late, and the CC completes, and Clem, he can settle into his own early game. Yeah, just an unfortunate start there for Classic. Ooh, as Reaper does quite well. Takes some extra hits. Classic gets away. And behind this, Clem going for his own 1-1-1. Tag level in the factory. From here, we can go for the Atom Swap into Banshee play. Otherwise, we can commit. And there's the swap. Clemmy does swap out and is not going into Cloak, he's going into Hyperlight Rotors. Hyperlight Rotors is on the way, and if you've been watching TVP over the past couple of months, you'll know that this has been in the rise in popularity. We've been seeing a lot of it going to Speed Banshees instead of Cloak Banshees. This is now insinuated, or is now seen a little bit more even frequently because of the buff on the latest patch. Even before the buff, even before the patch, players were already going into Speed Banshees, but now even more so. There's more reason to. The reasoning for this is because Protoss players have been going for earlier robo production, so earlier detection, so Banshees have been less effective as there's always been detection. Meanwhile, so why bother with Cloak when you can just go for more micro Banshees instead? More micro, more control, more finesse. Just waiting for the Banshees to amass. Holding on for now. Classic going into charge. So Blink into charge, third base is being taken, Classic building up into the mid game. For the time being, we're waiting for the attack of choice when it comes to splash damage. Do we go into Storm? Do we go into Colossus? Both are still viable. Both are options. But as you mentioned last game, Classic did embrace Storm, so we're expecting that again. Leaning towards that. Clammy does have his move outs. Bearing in mind, this is a vanilla Marine push. It's a bit of a ByuN move out, so no stim, no combat shields. The Marines, they get bullied. Clam Heal's hoping to catch some units. He does actually cause a distraction. Okay, now we see the purpose. Just to distract. Banshees, they get in. They get 4 probe kills so far. Not bad. But they need more. And they do get it. 7, 8. 9 probes in both Banshees. They barely get away. Very nice control here from Clem. And again, that was the purpose of this move out, was to distract, to create an opening. And he pulled it off. He does try to commit off the ramp. This is an overextension. So Clem bleeds out most of his Marines. Yeah, brutal trade there for Clem. At least he keeps the tanks alive. Clem gets punished. The Marines, Zealots have arrived, and can he get on top of the tanks? Classic is going for it. Up, ooh, barely doesn't. Yeah, nice pickup, nice save. Despite that, one tank goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And Classic is just going for the kill. He's going for the kill. He's going for the throats. He's overwhelming. Again, Clem, he had a good start when it came to distracting, when it came to the Banshee harass. But as we were trying to emphasize, Clem, he should not have been here. Like after the Banshee harass ended, he should not have pushed in. And as a result of that, he's been punished. He lost all of his Marines, he lost a tank, he lost momentum, lost SCVs. And Clem is struggling here. It's Classic, he backs off, he expands. Banshees get spotted by the War Prism. Classic, he's aware. Now, what I will say, these Banshees have been scouted, that is true, but thankfully, as the Banshees move out, Clem can expand. Right, Clem, he can expand. A Classic, he races back home. Banshees A should be cleaned up. Losing both. But it has allowed Clem to break out, right? To break out from his contain, to establish his third base, to have a presence on the map. The Banshees, they had a purpose. They fulfilled their purpose, I should say. Prism heads towards the natural. And pushing right down mid. Storm is only halfway done. But there's not really much to this army. With Storm not being ready, though. Does force some friendly fire. Charges are moving in. Very nice target firing. High Templar go down. I think he gets two. Yeah, two High Templar fall. At the same time, those Zealots, they do get into the bases. They cause a distraction. Oof, and these are still expensive losses for Clem. Losing a tank and two medevacs. At least he traded. At least he got two High Templar. Likewise, I believe the War Prism. Yep, the War Prism was thrown away. It's being rebuilt. And Classic's economy is not what it needs to be here. It's still lagging a little bit behind. Did notice he was skipping some macro cycles, some probe cycles. Clem's got his third. Fourth CC is on the way. We're building up in towards a longer game. And Classic, he needs time for his Colossus. So Bay is on the way. Second Robe is on the way. Classic, can he survive until Colossi? Can he make it? How's that work? Predictions, I mean. Well, at the start of the series, predictions open up, so you can place your bets, your channel points on who you think will win the series. But you only have like a minute. So at this point, if you miss out on predicting, then you're too late. As predictions, they're already closed. But at the start of the series, they open up. So you can gamba. Just pray. I mean, I guess that's one way to gamba. True. Just close your eyes and roll the dice. Pick one of the players, I suppose. I mean, to be fair, when it comes to Clem versus Classic, it is very hard to call. Like, I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match, and this can go either way. Like Classic and Clem, they often trade. They often go back and forth. One week Clem wins, another week Classic wins, so I would say it is difficult to predict who would win between these two for sure. Like, I can see arguments for either player. All that I would hope for is an ace match, right? All I would hope for is a game 3. That's my own personal preference, regardless of who wins. As Classic has gained map control, we spoke earlier about him surviving until Colossus. He's done it. Colossus are on the way. Clem is turtling up on 4 bases, and Classic is mass expanding. Ooh, as Storms they do zone. Oh, not very nice EMP. EMP does catch most High Templar. 1 Templar survives with energy. Zealot run by is on the way. And again, Classic is taking more bases. Prism into the 4th. Jesus, it barely gets in. Threads the needle. Prism goes down. There's not many Zealots to work with. As they do cause a distraction, the entire army races back home, and Classic is able to regenerate those High Templar and get more energy, get more Storms. Remember, we just had some brutal EMPs. Storms are not really available here with the main army. So Classic, he needs time to gather that energy. Then force back home, yes, defend. Ooh, we'll take a massive storm to the face. Softening up his army. Classic moving in, he's up to 4 Colossus. How many Vikings are there? 10. 10 Vikings is decent. Colossus are exposed. Soldiers try to zone away. Vikings get 1 more volley. And 1 Colossus goes down. A nice pickup. Down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Colossus go down. Classic taking one of Clem's expansions. A bold move. Very bold move. Prism falls in general here. Very nice unit control from Clem. Shuts down the Colossus, shuts down the Prism. Every Colossus goes down. And Classic is falling apart. Classic is falling apart. It's just being outtraded. And the Colossus crumble. Some zones connect towards the end. But Clem should overwhelm. He should overwhelm this army. Like, Classic lost far too much, far too quickly. He has almost purely a gateway composition, but he does get on top of the Medivacs. Oh my god. 1 Medivac goes down. He gets 1 full Medivac. We have some flanking High Templar. What are we doing here? Templar, get out of here. He does pull away. Does pull away. Snipe stay. Ooh, didn't quite pop up. But I believe, yeah, that was the final storm. 0 Templar left. Early Archons, Charge Ults, and Stalkers. Yeah, mass EMP on the Archon. Stalkers, they do soften up the Vikings though. Some Vikings do get picked off, and remember, we're going back to Colossus production. The Viking count was at 10, now down to 8. Liberators are on the way. That is kind of the next big power spike for Clem, is getting to range Liberators. If he can get into Mass Liberator, then he should force Classic into Sky Toss. But that's only if he can get there. Clem is still working on it. Meanwhile, again, as we mentioned, the Viking count is a little bit lower. Colossus are a little bit more viable here, as his base should fall. Then takes down top left. Classic takes bottom right. Some decent EMPs. A bit of an awkward Franklin Colossus. Yeah, messy engage here from Classic. He'll throw away a Colossi. Very messy, but he does get the CC. That's what matters. Ooh, as Ghost try to flank. They get some snipes up. Once again, nice EMP. Another Colossus falls. And that Liberator count is getting higher and higher. We're up to how many? Up to 6, soon to be 7 Liberators. And Liberators, they just bully the ground army. This is where the Terran has a big power spike. This is where Protoss needs to be able to outmaneuver the Terran army or switch into Skytoss. It's not easy to stay on a ground-based army like this. Not impossible, but no, not easy. There's a lot working against Classic here. Oh, Does almost get some ghosts. Nice Storm. Storm zones away. There's that Stargate. We spoke about Skytoss. This is the first sign. The first sign of Skytoss. I will say this is late. This is a late realization, a late switch, as oh, 2 Ice Templar get sniped. But this Skytoss is delayed. As does manage to get one Liberator. One Liberator goes down. This base is forfeit. And you can see that Classy just can't push in. He just cannot engage into this army. Oh no, he's coming in for the EPs. Or snipes even. Gets 1, gets 2, 3. 3 High Templar gets sniped. There goes. They pop up. They get another Templar. 4 Templar go down. Ooh, as we go for a massive Zealot Warp into the main. Okay. Does go for a massive warp in. SMB's going to be going down. Production is being camped. Decent trades here from Classic. Very necessary trades. As Classic does get some breathing room. And at least, even though he lost all the High Templar, at least he keeps the Colossus alive. And maintains the Colossus army. Ooh. And in the end, only one? Yeah, only one Medevac escapes. So nice cleanup. Going for the base as well. Mass DT. Classic is popping up. One more swipe. Ooh, he gets it. Yeah, takes down the Planetary. Massive pickup. Planetary goes down. It's going to be replaced. It's going to be replenished. Classic still pushing in. And again, all this, where does this come from? The Warpin. That Zealot Warpin, it dragged Clem out of position and allowed for Classic to win a fight on the right and to take down the base. So the MVP War Prism allowing for all this to happen. Allowing for the comeback. Diamond Liberators gets 1, gets 2, should get all 3. It does take down all 3. Clem is out of position. He's racing over once again. He's called out. And the entire army reacts. At the same time, Classic moves in. So Clem is just being pulled apart. He's just being pulled apart left and right and left again. Another orbital goes down. Oh, in a head-on fight, I do favor Clem though. Bear that in mind. Ooh, that's going to be a lot of swipes going up, and the Colossus is going to be going down. We get some decent storms, but again, Classic cannot fight head-on like this. Clem has the superior army. Clem takes the fight. Does take the fight. At the same time, warping into the main. Takes down one of the starports. Not bad. Okay, crucial pickoffs here, but these are expensive losses for Classic. Does try to recall. Top left is saved. And this was wasteful. This was wasteful here from Classic. Aye, aye, aye. He's losing momentum. For a couple of moments. Oh, gee, how many observers does he have? Jesus. Oh, the F2, pappy. Calm down. Classic, he had momentum. Emphasis on had, as Clem is maxed. Clem is maxed. Classic does rotate. And are we base trading? Oh, no, not quite. Let me pulls back home. He pulls back home. This time he has time to react. Oh, that was a bold blink. A very bold blink here. Takes on Liberator. Storms are coming in. Storm of the Vikings. But just the one storm takes down the base. And can he pull this off at the same time? Warp Prism into the main. Where's the warp in? Where's the warp in? Oh no! Yeah, no warp into the main base. Does leave it idle. Prism goes down. Classic focusing back at home. But without splash damage, you cannot fight the ByuN army. Oh, that's a lot of zealots though. Jesus, 16 zealots at a time. And that's the bank. That's the bank being spent. Collapsing on top of the Marauders. Getting on top of the Ghosts. Observer does get sniped. Does cloak. Yeah, cloaks in time. Do we have another Observer? They're now coming in, but a little bit late. And Clemmy takes it. Yeah, Clemmy overwhelms. He takes the fight. Classic had some really nice moments in this game, but again, he did overextend one too many times. I'm referring to the fight here. Like, if you remember, after he killed top left, after he got the warp in the main base, he went for a main fight at the third, which was, I want to say, the wrong call to make. The wrong call to make to go for the main fight. He did lose it. He lost everything, the High Templar, the Colossus. And Classic just didn't really have a gas bank to work with. And after that fight went awry, he hasn't been the same since. Like, he hasn't been able to build up since then. That was the moment that Clem recovered. And Clem will run away with it. There's a world out there where Classic could have taken the 2-0, but again, got a little bit too excited. A little bit too cavalier. Clem, he shuts him down. And we're looking to force the ace match. We're going to game 3. Oh, get some nice storms. We get some nice storms towards the end, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Clem, he got a 5th. That's all that matters. He got a 5th expansion, which means he can just retain his army. He can maintain it. Max out. GG gets called. And Clem, he will tie up the series. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to the ace match here. Again, a very intense back and forth between both Clem and Classic. Could have gone either way. There were some really strong moments for both players. As you mentioned, Classic had a lot of momentum. He had a lot going for him in regards to map control and aggression, but he was overly aggressive. He overextended, pushed into the third base, and lost his army. He lost his main army. He never recovered from that moment, never recovered from that point. And Clem was able to establish his 5th. With that 5th base being established, he could max. He could max out and keep on going. And with that, we're now getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Getting into Ruby Rock. Meanwhile, the upper semis are ready for us. I believe they're being held. Upper semifinal is going to be a best of 3 between MaxPax and ByuN. Oh, I just realized that, sorry, the lower this is not even the lower semis. My apologies. That's a little bit unfortunate. So we have a lot more matches ahead of us. There we go. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Ruby Rock, we do have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. Oh, it is Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. Here we go. And again, we find ourselves in the ace match. Welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is a smaller map of the map pool, known for more aggressive builds. Has a bit of a shorter rush distance, a little bit. So we'll see what builds our players decide to go for this time. Last game on Tokamak, Clem, he was kind of forced to turtle up after a certain point, to turtle up on 4 bases and to max out, but that is just how Tokamak operates. Here on Ruby Rock, there are more aggressive options. So we could see Clem be a little bit more assertive here instead. That's what we're expecting, but we'll see. For now, double gas. Double gas opener, faster factory, a more tech-heavy start out of Clem. Does go for a more tech-heavy start. Classic going for a standard opener, and we'll see where Clem does deviate. Technically, he could turn this into a 1-base all-in, but I don't really see that working here on Ruby Rock. If this was 10,000 feet, sure, we could talk about that, but here on Ruby Rock, we should be settling in. So we have our 1-1 setup here, CC on the low ground. Again, a delayed CC, but a CC nonetheless. From here, we can go into reactor setup, into reactor Reaper Hellion. Looks like Clem is just going for his 1-1-1. And we're waiting for our tech of choice. And we have it, Twilight Council. So Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Going for Blink once again. I would say it's a little bit too risky to open up Stargate here, for sure. So I'm just dying a little bit. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Honestly, a good start. Really nice start here. So Reaper Hellion does get in. It does get 3 probe kills. It gets a sentry as well. With the sentry going down, that means limited scouting, limited information here from Classic. Did scout the 111. As the follow-up, it is going to be a Mind Drop. So Mind Drop follow-up here out of Clem. So far, he has some nice momentum. He's able to get some nice damage early on, and we'll see what Classic can recover as we have a probe alongside this. Oh. Hello. Oh, right. Sorry. It's meant to bait. I was like, are we going to go for a proxy? No, it's meant to bait out the mine shots. But there is no way to mine. As the Mind Drop is already being sent out. Yeah, it's sent out here. Back at home. Thankfully, Classic should be able to react in time. He pulls in! No, he pulls in! Oh my god, 11 probe kills. Ay, 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 that is critical damage. That should not be happening. Not at this level of play. 11 probes go down. That is brutal. I don't want to say that's game-ending damage, but that is at least critical damage. Classic, he has to do something. He has to do some kind of damage. He has to move out. He's got a 3rd gateway on the way. He has to move out across the map and get something. Otherwise, that's just game. Like, you cannot afford to lose 11 probes at the start of the game like that. Oh, boy. I mean, hey, that's TVP for you. Like, Mind Drops, technically, if they do pop up like that, it's like they can be game-ending. Hellion gets 2 more. 3? Oof. 3 more probes go down. Classic is all in. He's going to throw everything away. He has, I mean, he's going to do something. Gets a tank. Gets a tank. Gets an SCV. There's damage. Oh, gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Papi, calm down. 9 more probe kills. I mean, that's this. We mentioned earlier that 11 probe kills was game ending. Like, this is like kind of securing that. 11 more workers go down. They have 20 probes are full in this game. How many in total? It's 26 probes. Classic is all in. He didn't want to be, but he has to be all in here. Classic has to find some critical damage himself if he can out-trade the Marines, if he can get on top of the tank, if he can get into the mineral line. It's all or nothing. I mean, the Stalkers, they trade well. True. They do trade well for what they can, what they have. Banshees, they do race back home to defend. Army gets cleaned up. Thankfully, there's no Viking. Thankfully. Viking is on the way, though. Oh, God. Prism is trapped. The Viking is coming. Thankfully, Classic, I believe, does have a recall. He does have a recall. Has a recall in the main. So the Prism should be saved. Yep, there it is. There's that recall. But Classic is still miles behind. He found some damage, true. He got 6 SCVs, he got some Marines, he got a tank. Like, he got some damage. It's nice. It's not enough. We need more. And here comes Clem. Clem is moving out. And again, TVP is just very momentum based. It's very momentum based. And, you know, there are some times in the early game just goes too poorly. It goes both ways. We've seen Terran players also have some really rough starts. I mean, hey, nice damage here. Banshees, they get in. 5 SCV kills. Like, this is nice. But remember, there's no more recall. Yeah, there's no recall. And back at home, we have 3 Stalkers. We got 3 Stalkers. We got a Pylon. No shield battery. No, the Storm is almost done. Okay. There's going to be 1 Storm, maybe 2. Okay, we got 3 Stalkers, 2 Zealots, 2 White Templar, a couple of Storms, and a Dream. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. Storm comes in. Softens up the units. Doesn't kill anything. Bearing in mind the Storm was nerfed recently, so now it does less damage. Now it's more of a zoning tool. I mean, it can work well against Overstim Marines, I suppose. But yeah, GG gets called. Clem, he will take the series 2-1. He will snowball out of control, and Clem will advance on to the semis. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He does claim the series. We had a very intense back and forth between the 2 players. But again, it did come down to the early game, unfortunately. Does happen in TVP from time to time. It goes both ways, but if the early game goes too poorly, like there's no way to recover, Clem, he won the game with his Mind Drop. His Mind Drop killed 11 probes, and that allowed for things to escalate out of control. Right after that, sure, there was more damage. Banshees, they killed 11 probes. The Stalkers were thrown away as well. That's all because of the damage done early on. That's why Classic threw away his Stalkers early, because he was desperate for damage. So because he threw away his Stalkers, that also meant that he had less to defend against the Banshees. That's also why they got as much as they did. It all just kind of played into each other. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. And now we're getting ready for the semi-finals. The upper semis, it's going to be best of 3 between MaxPax and ByuN. Meanwhile, Clem will advance on to face off against herO in the lower semis. So 2 semi-finals here. It's going to be herO and Clem, and likewise MaxPax and ByuN. Looks like our players, they need a moment. They do need a moment here. Oh, the moment's over. We're good. All right, good to go. Just setting everything up. Beautiful. As we're getting into the upper semis, we're getting into our fresh series. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Danish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. Representing System Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our TVP. Here we go. And get ready to settle into a longer one here. ByuN has a very different approach to Terran versus Protoss. He is the least aggressive Terran player in TVP in the world. Least aggressive compared to Clem, Bunny, Kyor, Maru, Gumiho, Ryung. All the other Terran players out there at this level of play, they're all much more aggressive. They're all a lot more willing to all in, a lot more willing to just go for 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, hyper aggressive builds. ByuN less so. He's typically a lot more mid and late game oriented. Typically a lot more defensive. Now, I say typically, what I should emphasize is that has been slowly changing in recent times. That has been slowly changing. If you watched ByuN this week, you would know that we covered ByuN. I think it may have been ByuN versus... Ooh, Was it ByuN versus Classic? But this week, ByuN, he had a TV matchup where ByuN, he was a little more assertive. Sorry, it was ByuN versus Geralt. That's it. It was ByuN versus Geralt. ByuN, he was a little more aggressive. He was a little more assertive. ByuN, he went for earlier timings. He was also going for earlier second starport into more Viking production as well. He was a little more active on the map, I should say. Still not all in, not by any means, but he was a little more active, a little more assertive. We'll see if that trend continues coming into this series, coming into MaxPax. As MaxPax, he'll be the aggressor himself, going for a proxy pylon, proxy gateway. Meanwhile, we have ByuN going for a tech-heavy start. That's going to be a Rax into Factory into CC on the high ground. Ooh, he's going Tech Lab first. Sorry, he's going for his add-ons first. Say add-ons after the after the Reaper, I should say. Thankfully, he does scout. He gets across the map, but he doesn't get vision on too much here. And again, with this gateway, MaxPax, he can reinforce across the map, he can be very aggressive, and he can look to get some economic damage as well. Now, the goal would have been for MaxPax to deny the CC, but there is no low ground CC, it's on the high ground instead, so thankfully for ByuN, he is safe. Thankfully. I would say that MaxPax is going to have the advantage in the early to mid game. And coming into Pylon, aggression is favored here. Speaking of aggression, Twilight Council's on the way into Blink. Proxy Gateway is finishing up. And ByuN is going into very early tank production. So Cyclone into early tanks, into what should be an early move out. And we'll see if MaxPax can get eyes on this move out. And if he can slow it down. And now ByuN does catch the first Adept. Gets both Adepts even. Very nice. Ooh. Takes on both. ByuN gets surrounded. Nice positioning here from MaxPax. As the Cyclone gets very low. Takes a lot of hits. But ByuN is secure. Remember, he went for the early tanks. Second tank is on the way. And because of the early tank production, we're expecting ByuN to make use of that aggressively and to push out, but we'll see. Now he's just defending, just turtling up on two bases. He's turtling up. It's going to be double gases on two bases out of MaxPax, delayed third. So MaxPax intentionally, he's staying on two bases even longer. Very safe play. This means early Observer production, early Immortal production as well. And we could even see, Temple Archives on two bases. So very safe Storm on two bases before the third. So a very, very late third base out of MaxPax. As he's terrified of ByuN moving out soon. And ByuN, he is now working his third tank. His third tank is popping out. From here, he can add on swap into Stim and Combat Shields. Yep, there we go. Getting to his upgrades, getting to his bio tank. Now, because of this, I would say that now ByuN is in a better position. MaxPax, this defensive setup here, this early tech, these earlier gases, this late third, this is all designed to defend against an all-in. Like, if ByuN was going for an all-in, if ByuN was going for an earlier push, then MaxPax would ideally be ready to shut it down. But ByuN isn't going for an early push. He's waiting for Stim, Combat Shields. There's a pretty high chance that ByuN, he gets a third CC, and the purpose of these tanks was just to be defensive early on. So against defensive and safe play, typically greed is preferred, and MaxPax wasn't greedy. Meanwhile, upgrades are finishing up. ByuN is getting ready for his push. He is spotted. It's on MaxPax to engage. To slow this down. Ooh, he bleeds out a Stalker. Bleeds out a couple of Stalkers. Remember, Storm is ready. And we'll see if ByuN commits here. Remember, if ByuN pushes, like, that's what MaxPax wanted. Like, MaxPax, he's ready. He's got all these gateways. He has Storm ready as well. Like, he wants to fight. And ByuN gets a third CC, which I do prefer for ByuN. So ByuN, he starts up his third base. He's building up into a longer game. If you were here at the start of the game, you would know that we did mention that ByuN, he's like the least aggressive and the most macro-oriented out of all the Terran players out there in the world. It's like he's least likely to go for an all-in. But he's still moving out, he's still pushing. He is spotted. Getting the High Templar ready. And we'll see if ByuN commits up the ramp. He's pushing into 4 High Templar. There's a scan. He sees High Templar. Tanks do siege. There's the first storm. 1 tank should go down. Gets 1. 2 tanks left. And at this point, I would say it's too late. Yeah, it's too late for ByuN to move in. Meanwhile, at the same time, a nice counterattack. Getting 7 SCV. The friendly fire! Oh my god! The friendly fire! 16 SCV kills! Ay, ay, ay. ByuN, he will lose everything in the main base. He'll lose an entire mineral line. 16 SCV kills. Brutal damage. And he's pushing in. ByuN, he's going for it. Nice tank shots. Nice target firing. Very nice target firing. He gets so far Templar. But the storm. The storm was brutal. He went through the storms. He ran into the storms. MaxPax he holds. And ByuN, he will lose his army. He will lose his economy. If it wasn't for the economic damage, then ByuN would be in an okay position. But, oh god. Here he will lose a lot of momentum. Again, it was a rough decision to commit up the ramp. Did kill the High Templar at least. True, he did get 4 Templar. But now MaxPax has map control. And here comes MaxPax. Here he comes. He has momentum. He has control. Now, bearing in mind, MaxPax, he doesn't have to push in, to be honest. Like, he can just chill. He can just contain. Storms the army. Nice bait of the mine shots. And the warp in does complete in the main base as well. And ByuN just getting pulled apart. He's getting pulled apart. Storm in the mineral line. More CV kills. He has lost control of the natural. And Max actually just snowballing agriculture from here. Again, it was just too many losses too early on for ByuN. Again, I'm just a little bit surprised he decided to commit up the ramp after scanning. It was a bold move, and unfortunately it lined up with the War Prism harass as well. And Max actually can just back up. He can just back up, get a 4th base, macro up. He isn't, he's still fighting. Still getting as much value as he can. He's playing with fire. Like, Max actually doesn't have to be. Oh, he gets in again. Yeah, he gets in again. Oof. He distracts ByuN. Whole position micro in the mineral line at 26 SCV kills. And ByuN has been crippled. It all just got out of hand. ByuN, he gave MaxPax what he wanted. MaxPax, he wanted to fight, he wanted to engage, and ByuN, he committed. As here he does get the Templar at least. And this is the final push. The final push for ByuN is all he has left. Does get Immortal. But now there's a Colossus, should get that as well. And miscontrol on MaxPax, but GG gets called anyway. And MaxPax, he takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. MaxPax does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if ByuN can recover coming into game 2. Now, I feel like this is going to be very map dependent. I do favor MaxPax on these smaller maps, on these maps where he can be more aggressive and more assertive. On these larger maps is where ByuN is going to be favored, is going to be like in his element. Talking about maps like Tokamak, maps like Maganatha as well. So we'll see if we do embrace some of these larger, more defensive maps tied to Citadel. We'll see. Where we headed? Where we dropping? Oh, okay. Game 2 is going to be on White Rabbits. This is also known for being more of a defensive map. So this is ideally a map where ByuN can slow the game down. He can slow the game down. He can max out. He can get his 3rd base, his 4th base. I believe that should be the goal for ByuN, but we'll see if MaxPax lets him get there. Let's go. Let's go. As we are loading into White Rabbit. I mean, Garina's on top of the carrier. She's scouting. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner here of White. Oh, it's very fitting. Oh no, she got. It's very fitting with the cameras. In the top right hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player. The Danish Protoss, we have the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. Oh, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Gardena jumped down. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 here, and we'll see how ByuN does open up. Once again, as we were emphasizing, welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is one of the TLMC21 maps. White Rabbit is much more defensive here on 4 and 5 bases. You have your natural, you have your third, you have your 4th expansion as well. Now, what I will say is that we do have some wide ramps coming into the expansions. That is true. We have a wide entrance here in between the bases. We have a wide entrance here on the right, and of course some entrances here on the left-hand side as well. But what I will say is that rotating between the bases is going to be more delayed because of the terrain, because of the rocks as well. So rotating is going to be a little more awkward for the aggressing player, less so the defending player. And we'll see if ByuN can make use of that to be able to turtle up and defend and get up to a 4-base economy. I bring that up just because that's typically what ByuN is known for in this matchup. He's known for that longer gameplay, that longer game state. But we'll see if he can get there. Again, last game, ByuN, he did decide to commit to a push. I was really surprised about it. Remember, MaxPax, he went for a late third. He went for early storm, early gateways, early gases, early tech, because he was expecting an earlier fight, and ByuN gave him what he wanted. ByuN, he pushed. ByuN did push. He lost his army, and at the same time, he also lost his main base. Like, the Zell drop was brutal. ByuN kind of played into MaxPax's hands. And we'll see how players do adjust coming into the second game. That's for now. Do you have our Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax? Likewise, ByuN going for his own CC on the high ground. So playing it safe, his command center should be safe as a result, shouldn't be delayed. Getting into his 1-1-1. So we do have a 3-gate setup out of MaxPax. So 3 gateways, Robo as well. Remember last game we did see gases taken and a Temple Archives on 2 bases, but we're on a much larger map, so there's less of a chance for ByuN to be aggressive. So MaxPax can be greedier this time and go for a faster 3rd expansion. That's what we're expecting, at least out of MaxPax, is a faster 3rd base. Oh, meanwhile ByuN is going for an early tank drop. Okay, so we're expecting greed out of MaxPax. I think ByuN is as well, so he's opting to go for an early push. Tank has arrived, waiting for the medevac, and ByuN, he's moving out. So very aggressive, very assertive here. We'll see what ByuN can get done. If you recall, I did mention now that specifically this week, ByuN has been more aggressive, which I have appreciated. And so far, unscouted. ByuN is moving in. MaxPax, he should be slowing this down, but he doesn't know. Yeah, MaxPax is playing blind. ByuN is sneaking up on the natural. Going straight in. Can he siege in time? He can. Yeah, does siege. Does siege up. Gateway's going to go down, and MaxPax is in trouble. ByuN snuck up on him. Just sneak up. Gateway falls. Blinks on the tank, and the first tank does go down. Nice pick up. Yeah, Prism was a little bit late. One Stalker did fall. Nice blink control though. And MaxPax holds. Yeah, very nice control here. Very nice defense. Takes down the Bio. Tank volley takes down a Stalker. Second volley goes up. MaxPax overextends. Now, as it settles, I do favor MaxPax here. ByuN, this early push was meant to get more damage. He got a gateway. He got 4 Stalkers, which is nice, but he was hoping for more. Ooh, and the armies, they pass by each other. Uh-oh. ByuN is still rallying in. At the same time, MaxPax going for his own drop into the main. And ByuN, because that MaxPax doesn't really have much of an army. The pants are down. The pants are down. ByuN is moving in. 4 Stalkers is a tank to defend. Immortal gets caught out. There's the recall back home, but again, it's a late reaction, late recall. Prism has arrived, and ByuN is getting on top of the Robo. And ByuN, he may just end the game here. He can just end the game. Boys are being pulled. Immortals on top of the tanks. Oh my god. Oh, there's a scan. Very nice scan. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will snowball out of control. He ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. A very, very early push here out of ByuN, and MaxPax, he was out of position. He saw nothing. He didn't see the push. He didn't see the move out. He had zero scanning, zero information. MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. ByuN, he snuck across the map with that first push. As if you recall, the first move out wasn't really anything amazing. He got a gateway, he got a couple of Stalkers. It was okay, but the second move out really sealed the deal. Once again, MaxPax didn't see it. He did not see it coming. He had no sentry, he had no hallucination, he had no scouting, no vision, no information, and with that, GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he got across the map, and now we're going to game number 3. Now, as we enter game 3 here, we're loading into, I would say, a smaller map. We're loading into Persephone. Now, ByuN had a really high chance of getting damage done on White Rabbit because we saw that MaxPax went for a more economic build. He went for 3 gates into a Robo, no gases. He was setting up for another expansion. He was building up into a more economic start as opposed to game 1. Here on Persephone, there's a higher chance that MaxPax plays safer. So this same build, this same style, it worked really well on White Rabbit because he caught MaxPax with his pants down. Less of a chance of that happening here on Persephone. So we should be seeing a different approach out of ByuN. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Should be seeing a different approach here. Let's go. So getting into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. MaxPax going to go aggressive. He should go for a more tech-heavy start here, regardless of whether he's aggressive or not. As we were trying to allude to, this map is not as defensive as Tokamak or Taito or White Rabbit or what's the other map? Maganatha. This is a smaller map of the map pool, so we do favor, say, 3-gate blink, faster Robo, double gases into Storm. Like, that's kind of what we're leaning towards here for MaxPax. Similar to game 1. I would say it would be a risk if MaxPax goes for a faster third base, but that's where mind games come into play, right? Like, that's where if MaxPax were to go for a greedier build, then the thought process might just be that, okay, so ByuN was just hyper aggressive in game 2. Maybe he's going to be greedy in game 3, and maybe like I can try to out-greed him, or I can get away with something. Maybe ByuN will be more defensive because he expects aggression. Speaking of double gas opener, faster factory, delayed CC out of ByuN. So let's go for the delayed base. MaxPax should be able to confirm. He doesn't want to get caught. Yeah, doesn't want to get caught out. He pulls away. pull away, opening up Adept. With said Adept, he should be able to shade across the map. He has some scouting information. And ByuN should once again be going for a CC on the high ground. As there's a command center on the way. Once again, it's going to be safe. Every game so far in this series, whenever ByuN expands, it's on the high ground. Doesn't want to worry about early game Adept aggression. There's that Twilight Council. We're expecting 3 gateways, and then we'll see if MaxPax expands or if he stays on 2 bases. ByuN is getting to his own 1-1-1. Any reason why this Rabbit Cam stream suddenly showing this weird random strategy game instead? Ah, no. True, true. Not like this. What are the bunnies up to? Bam. Oh. Getting that she's actually up against the wall where the camera is. You saw her hop towards the wall. Hop forward. She's never mind. You can see Karina, she's top right. You can see she's actually in her little box. She's in her little box. Hopping around. Now into the carrier. Karina. I'm a little bit anxious just because this tournament is running a little bit late, and usually they're already outside by now. Like I'm usually free roaming them at this hour. So today it's gonna be a little bit later that I let them out. Which is unfortunate, but it's okay. Do you see what I see? Gas. So 3rd gas is being taken, 4th gas is being taken. MaxPax, he's staying on 2 bases. So he's going for 2 base play, which means what? It means Storm. So he's going to be rushing into Storm on 2 bases as well. If you recall, this is what we expected. We expected this build out of MaxPax. This is the same build that he went for in game 1. Same build from game 1. We're seeing it here in game 2. As MaxPax is pushing. So going 3-gate blink alongside a Temple Archives. Technically, it could be a Bay into Colossus, but we're leaning towards Storm. As Max actually warps in. And we'll see if we can find some damage. So far, we have 2 tanks, 1 in the natural, 1 in the main. A bunker is ready, and ByuN should be safe. It should be secure. ByuN defends. There's a tech. Yep, there it is. Storm on 2 bases. With a delayed 3rd base from MaxPax. Now, once again, just like game 1, I should kind of re-emphasize here. If ByuN pushes and commits to an attack on 2 bases, then he's going to be shut down. So ByuN, he's going to be a little bit careful here. ByuN, he has some scouting information. He has a Cyclone, so he can see the timing of the CC, or the Nexus, sorry. He should notice that the Nexus is delayed. And ByuN should not be pushing into Storm. Storm is on the way. ByuN is still building up. We got 3 tanks. My Banzo is roaming at the moment. Oh, let's go. Duckman. Yeah, a surprising amount of people in the chat actually have their own bunnies. But yeah, usually I have them free roam after I finish casting. But the Wardy Weekly starts a little bit late, so it ends late. Technically, I could free roam them while I'm casting, but I don't trust them. I don't. I want to make sure they're okay. They're still growing and they're still very adventurous. Very adventurous. As ByuN, he does move out. Double drop on the left hand side, gets spotted. At the same time, MaxPax getting ready for his own drop into the natural. So this really is mainly a distraction. So ByuN is distracting in the center, dropping into the main. MaxPax is ready, and he gets in. So far, he gets into the natural. SCV is going to be going down. ByuN is out of position. There's a scan. ByuN, he sees the army. He doesn't drop into the main base, and he races back home. That's going to be, what, 4 or 5 SCV kills. He'll lose a Widowmine as well. And Widowmine goes down, 5 SCVs, delays the push. And so far, a nice start here by MaxPax. MaxPax, he defends well. He shuts down the Banshee. The drop is deflected. Maintains his third. And MaxPax, he comes into the mid game in a better position. Now, thankfully, ByuN is not all in. ByuN, he did get a third CC, but he needs to get it up and running. He needs to get it up. Third base is on the way. And the problem with this position here for ByuN is that MaxPax has map control, and he should be able to freely get a fourth. Get a fourth, max out. Well, I say max out. Get a fourth base, build up from there. Base on the way for Colossus production. Now, even though I would say that MaxPax is in a better position, thankfully ByuN didn't really lose much army. Sure, ByuN, he lost workers, but he didn't drop. If he had dropped, and if he had lost his medevacs, it would be brutal. Like, MaxPax would be miles ahead. But ByuN, he pulled away, he was a lot more conservative, and he still maintains a decent army supply to work with here. I'm not too fond of the idea of MaxPax trying to break the fourth. Ooh, leads out a Stalker. The entire army rotates over. Zell drop into the main, or into natural. Doesn't get much done. Wait for the warp in. Warp in is denied. And without the warp in, MaxPax is overextending. He's losing a High Templar. Losing 1, losing 2. Yeah, miscontrol here, miss rally out of MaxPax. He's throwing away a lot. He threw away the War Prism, Zealots, and a High Templar. 2 Templar even. And again, MaxPax shouldn't have been here. There's no need to push in. we just chill, calm down, get a fourth base. Getting ready for a counterattack on the left. Here, MaxPax is only posturing. Only posturing. Run by is moving in. Some very delicate control here from both players. EMP, oh, does connect. Yeah, massive EMPs, 0 storms. And MaxPax, he gets caught. He gets caught out in the center. He will take a massive loss here. Arkham goes down, Immortal goes down. At the same time, MaxPax does counterattack, but can he survive the main push? Ooh, ByuN, he turns around. Oh, he races back home. Which means there's no main push, which means MaxPax can recover. He can recover, he can warp in High Templar. ByuN, he sends everything back home to defend. Remember, there was a window in time where MaxPax had 0 storm. He had 0 storm because of the EMP. But now he's being given time to recover. To get more energy. Colossus are building up as well. And now he can move out again. Now he's got storms again. Okay, so storms they're back online. This time with Colossus. There's not that many Vikings here for ByuN. That's a big concern. How many Vikings? So far, he has 2. There are only 2 Vikings. Nice EMPs. Storms are denied. MaxPax trying to find a way in. And right now, the game state that we're in is that ByuN is turtling. It's all about ByuN turtling up and getting a fourth. Get a fourth base and max out. MaxPax trying to break him. Does land a storm. As the army moves in, there's 1 storm here from MaxPax. Oh, gets a ghost. Storm doesn't quite connect. EMP does connect with the Colossus, so EMP goes off. ByuN, he defends on the left-hand side, but the fourth is denied. And that's all that MaxPax wants. I should emphasize that. The win condition for MaxPax, he doesn't want to break the third. He doesn't want to break the army. He wants to deny the base. Just deny the base, keep ByuN on the low economy and keep remaxing. That's the hope, at least for MaxPax. Slaps another ghost. Brutal tank shots. MaxPax pulls away. Doesn't want to get cornered. And ByuN, he does establish his fourth. Let's go. The fourth base is now getting up and running. MaxPax getting a fifth. War Prism going into the bases. They'll say, do not get on top of the tank. Again, you can see MaxPax is trying to break ByuN. But as we try to emphasize at the start of this series, like, this is where ByuN is at his best. But is his best enough? It's like turtling up on 4 bases, takes down the Prism, takes down the Zealots. MaxPax, the entire army rotates here towards the 3rd base. ByuN, he sees it with the center tower. He's aware. He has 9 Vikings. I'll go to the EMPs. 1 storm lands. 1 storm lands. MaxPax here extends. He throws away Colossus. So a bit of a miss rally there by MaxPax. Expensive miss rally. There's a nice spread of High Templar. ByuN, he's going to try to catch reinforcements. Does move out. Zealots get into the middle line. That's going to be 12 dead SCVs. Ooh, brutal storm. No, he stands in the storms. Yeah, the storms are brutal. He stands in the storms. Despite that, the Colossus are going down. Does he have enough bio? It's very heavily bruised. ByuN, he stems in. And ByuN does take the fight. Whew, okay, does take the fight. The Vikings did overwhelm. And ByuN, he barely holds on. I mean, the storm does do less damage now, true. Like, I guess we can just take it to the face. We can just tank it. Tank the storms to the face. Something that's a little bit concerning here is the SCV counts. ByuN did bleed out some workers in that defense. So his economy is not ideal, but at least he did maintain a bigger army, better army. There we go. 5th base is on the way. That's going to be a big power spike here for ByuN. Getting his 5th up and running. MaxPax, he failed to break ByuN. Going for the goal. Suddenly, ByuN has map control. Ooh, brilliant piece. EMPs do connect. Decent storm with the Vikings. And he gets 1, he gets 2, he gets all 3 Colossus. The storms are decent, but the Colossus do go down. Where's the splash damage? Yeah, without splash damage, ByuN, he can break through. Zelda charging in, storm coming in from behind. We need more storms. It does need more storms. They mainly graze the army. No major connections. Yeah, another storm on the edge. And ByuN is moving in. ByuN is moving in. And there are 0 storms. Sorry, there's 1 more storm left. 1 High Templar warped in. Storm mainly zones. And ByuN can just keep rallying. He can keep on pushing. Remember, ByuN, he has momentum. He has the advantage. MaxPax struggling to survive here. Oh god, another early storm. We can't be throwing away storms like that. MaxPax, he's premature, Pat. He's premature. Mineral line goes down, base goes down. And ByuN, can he go for the kill? Can he go for it? Storms, once again, they graze the army. 16 probes go down. The gold is getting up, true. The gold base, it's on the way. MaxPax, he needs the main art. He needs this gold base up and running soon. As he's running out of money. How many Vikings? Not too many. Okay, down to 1 Viking with the main army. We have more Vikings on the way. Tanks get within range of the Nexus. And ByuN drops into the main. Army's out of position. ByuN's going for it. Oh. Does pull out. Did force a recall. Once again, a miss rally. Colossus being thrown away. Expensive losses from MaxPax. Throwing away Colossi. Nice flank, though. Very nice flank. Zelsa coming from behind. Once again, really awkward position for the Colossus. Very awkward. And once again, throws away more Colossi. Just a really awkward angle there from MaxPax, losing 2 more Colossi. And ByuN has done it. ByuN, this one, he has done it. He overwhelms. As MaxPax, he was so committed earlier, but as we mentioned, like ByuN, he's at his best when he's turtling, right? When he's turtling, when he's defending, took better trades, took a better fight, and then he broke out. And with that, we're looking to have our first finalists here for this week's tournament. GG gets called. ByuN, he overwhelms, and ByuN will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN, as it does claim the series, does advance on. Again, MaxPax, he was able to gain map control. He had some really nice moments himself here in this game, in this series, but he did overstep. He did overextend. He did try to break ByuN on 4 bases, and he did lose far too much in the process. He had a really rough fight, and of course behind it he was a little bit late to expand. I'm a little bit surprised how delayed the gold was, for example. Typically, once you gain map control, Protoss players, they're so keen to rush into the gold base as quickly as possible and mass expand. That was much more delayed for MaxPax because he was much more aggressive. He was much more aggressive, and that aggression did fail. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. With that, we are now getting ready for our next series. We're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be a TVP between who? Between Clem and herO. They're facing off in that best of 3. Vetoes are underway, and when we come back, we'll soon have our series. Oh, look, the bunnies. We'll soon have our series. Soon have our next matchup. Karina. Ay. Oh, there's Chi-Chi as well. I'm sure they're feeling a little bit antsy. I'm sure they wanna get out. We only have 1 semis left. We're getting there. I think they got to rename Storm to Breeze. I mean, that was a little bit showcased here, specifically when it came to the main fight at the 3rd base. Like ByuN he just took the Storms to the face, and that's like a couple things coming to play. 1, the Ghost has more HP. 2, the Storm is doing less damage. So like, because of that, Storm is much more of like a supportive tool, I would say. Not something you want to rely upon too much. But it was also MaxPax making mistakes. Like, how many times did he get caught out of position and misrally his Colossus? I want to say he lost, like, in that last game alone, like 4 or 5 Colossus to that. Like, just some like awkward pathing and awkward rallying when it came to his Colossi, for example, bleeding out a lot of them throughout that final game. So that was on MaxPax. No bunnies here. I do have a few free roaming spiders in my apartment, I suspect, though. Oh no. Every toss hates Colossi pathing and targeting. Yeah, it can be. I mean, it's not as bad as like Dragoons in Brood War, but it can be quite awkward for sure. And I feel like that was emphasized in that last game. But here we go. We're getting into our next series, into our fresh series, our fresh semifinals here. Best of 3 between herO and Clem. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Taito Citadel. Getting into Taito. Here we go. As we're going to be able to experience another one of these newer TLNC 21 maps. Also, this is a good time to remind you, if you're out there, remember to vote. Remember to vote, of course. Voting for Team Liquid Map Contest maps are closing in 2 days. In only 2 days' time, so you don't have a lot of time left. If you haven't voted, what the hell are you doing? Get out there, papi, get out there. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1. It is a herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our best of 3. herO opening up with a proxy gateway out on the map. Let's go. It's kind of like a proxy gateway. Technically, it is closer to Clem, but it's still on herO's side of the map. But let's go. Again, herO, he's a much more aggressive and much more, what's the best way of putting it? Unpredictable. Much more unpredictable Protoss player in every matchup. Setting up with another pylon, and we do see a double gas opener out of Clem. Okay, he does open up double gas. With that, a bit of a safer start, going for something more tech heavy. Is that the Cybercore? Proxy Cybercore, let's go, let's go. So we have the gateway here on the left, we have the Cybercore on the right. There is nothing being built back at home, by the way, except for the Nexus. So it's proxy everything. And herO's going for one base all in. So one base all in out of herO, let's go. Again, we do expect these more quirky builds out of herO. I'll say that Clem is the stronger player in a standard game, but we'll see if herO gives him anything standard. As there's going to be a Stargate follow-up at a herO. So proxy gateway, into proxy Cybercore, into proxy Stargate. Are we going Void Ray? Is that the plan? Do we go Void Ray or Oracle? Like, we could be going for a faster Oracle to go into the main, into the mineral line, and kill everything, right? Like, the Oracle can pop off in the mineral line as well. What's it gonna be? Do we get a fleet beacon? Do we? No shots. No shot. No shot. This is like a crazy proxy Tempest build, right? No way. Void Ray, Tempest? Are we going Fleet Beacon? He's going proxy Void Ray. I'm waiting for the Fleet Beacon, papi. It's 2020 all over again. Oh god. Let's go. Let's go. Does go for the second gateway, so he'll have more gateway support. He's going for Warp Gate as well to be able to warp in. Void Ray into Oracle, okay. And then gets called out. Void Ray kills a Marine, kills a Widowmine as well. Gets some hits in. Here comes the Oracle, but I'll be honest, like Clem, he's got some decent anti-air. Like, if Clem went for a greedier build, then sure, but remember, he went for a faster gas. He went for double gas opener, faster factory, faster starport. Like, he has Cyclones on the way, Vikings on the way. I feel like Clem is fine. I'll be honest. Getting into mag field to help support the Cyclones even further. I'm not convinced by this from herO. I'll be honest. I'm not too it's very flashy. It's very fun. Going for the like herO, he is freestyling so hard right now. Rushing into the goal base. Okay. Reaper gets across the map. There's enough to defend. herO gets into the main. Oh, the Oracle does not get out. It's brutal loss there for herO. 3 SCVs for an Oracle. That is not worth it. It's a better trade for Clem. And Clem is shutting herO down. He's just shutting him down. He's chasing the Void Ray. Hopefully herO doesn't lead the Vikings into the base. Yeah, Void Ray goes down. And herO is just crumbling. Like, he's just crumbling here. Again, it was a crazy build. And this could have worked if Clem went greedy, if he went for a greedy build, but remember, Clem, he opened up safe. He went for a double gas. He went for a faster factory. herO, this was a big gamble, hoping for an earlier CC, but the CC was delayed quite heavily. And herO's gonna lose everything. Like, everything's here. Yeah, GG. GG gets called, and Clem takes the lead in the series. GG, well played. With that, Clem takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. And here we're getting into game 2. And again, it was a fun build from herO, but unfortunately, again, it was just a really big gamble. Winding it back, I should emphasize once again, that was on Tidal Citadel. Tidal Citadel is known for longer games, is more of a macro map. So herO, I'm sure he was hoping that because it's a more macro map, that Clem would open up single gas with a faster command center. So it was a really, really big gamble there from herO. Unfortunately, it was a tech-heavy start, which means faster factory, faster starport, faster Vikings, faster Cyclone. Like, all the tech buildings were faster there than a regular game for Clem, and he just shut him down very, very hard. GG. GG, well played. A quirky build out of herO, but it also feels like a really risky build as well, that you're hoping that your opponent goes for a different kind of opener. And now we're getting into Ruby Rock. We go. Here we go. We're going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is more of a rush map. I say rush map. I would say it's more of a standard map in the map pool that does favor a little bit more aggression compared to Title. So here we should be seeing Clem go for the same build, and we should be seeing herO calm down and go for something more standard. Should be. No proxy is what I mean. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we do have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing T1 down in the series. It is herO. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Hello. As Clem, it's going to be him proxying instead. I do like this. I do like this. There's less of a chance for herO to proxy, less of a chance for herO to be aggressive. We should be seeing a much more standard build out of herO. So Clem, he is the one that will take the initiative and go for a proxy 2 racks. As the gas is being taken, second SCV has arrived. And here comes that second racks. Now, thankfully, herO is probe scouting. There are times where herO would skip his scout, so thankfully this time he is going for the probe scout. He will confirm that the racks is missing, so he will have some information to work with. So Clem has 0 intel. That doesn't matter because Clem went for a safer build, if you recall. That's what we're trying to emphasize. Went for a safer build to begin with in the last game. But here we have our Reapers on the way. Here he's aware that something's wrong. He does scout that the Rax is missing, and it's on herO to confirm where the Rax is and how committed this is as well. As we do have the bunker on the low ground containing herO on one base. And here he's unaware. Okay, he's unaware about the bunker. The bunker should complete. There's only one gateway for herO. And from here, Clem can just expand. Remember, this is not an all-in. Clem, his goal here should be to delay, to contain, and then expand back on him instead. Meanwhile, herO going for the proxy across the map. Okay, we're popping off. We are popping off. The Reapers have hit the main. Denying some mining time. Stalker arrives, and the Reaper has to get the hell out of here. The Reaper is trapped, and the Reaper is going to be shut down. Yeah, brutal pick off here. Clem will lose the first Reaper. Better start for herO, and he's going proxy. He's doing it again. Proxy Stargate, proxy Void Ray out of herO. We're getting crazy. We're getting chaotic. Now, unfortunately for herO, there is a factory back at home. So the factory is on the way. This can lead into defensive cyclones if Clem realizes what's happening. So what does Clem know? One, Clem, he knows there's no expansion. Clem, he also scouted the main base. He saw only one gateway. Clem should be aware that something is wrong, that tech should be invested somewhere. So we're expecting a cyclone. Yeah, Tech Lab is on the way, so it should be a cyclone opener out of Clem. Void Rays in production. Clem, he does float back home. He floats back home. The Void Ray should hit the field first. And is there a world? Can the Void Ray snipe the Tech? Or even if it snipes the Tech Lab, the cyclone should pop out regardless. Stalkers are on the way, and here he has to bring everything together. So it's going to be the Stalkers, it's going to be the Void Rays. I believe herO should break the main at this point. I feel like he should break the main base. There's just no army, right? It's one Cyclone, shouldn't be enough. Yeah, Void Ray goes for the depot. I do like this. It's a way into the main. Boys are being pulled. Pylon does snipe the surround, and he does snipe the he does snipe the depot. Cyclone arrives, well, the Cyclone is on his own. Yeah, it's just the one Cyclone. Clem is supply blocked. And herO should break this. Yeah, he should break this position. Clem can't make anything. Boys are being pulled. Attempts to surround. You got the one Cyclone in a dream and the Viking as well. Viking pops out, but alas, here he's just rallying across the map. And it's going to be a short series. So game 1, herO proxies and the proxy fails. Game 2, Clem proxies and the proxy fails. Game 3, do we proxy each other? Or do we get a standard game? Do we Who's going to proxy game 3? GG gets called, and herO, he does overwhelm. He punishes, and herO ties up the series. GG. Really smart of herO to go for the proxy across the map as a way to counter. Why? One, because Clem, his production was in the air. His Raxes. He had no marine, he had no production whatsoever. His marines, they were killed as they were trying to delay the expansion across the map. And I did mention that Clem, he saw that money should have been spent somewhere, but he did not check his natural for a proxy location. That wasn't in the back of his mind. Or wasn't in the forefront of his mind, I should say. Despite Clem seeing that money should be spent somewhere, he didn't quite check his natural location. GG. GG, well played, went unscouted, and with that, herO did overwhelm. Yes, Clem, he got his Cyclone out, but he got supply blocked, right? He lost both of his depots, he couldn't reinforce, couldn't build up. So again, so far, both players have tried to cheese, have tried to proxy. Both players have failed in doing so. So this game, do we both proxy each other, or do we slow things down and get into something more standard? Oh boy. As morning in the bottom left-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing T1. It is herO. Double proxy, let's go. Let's go. And sporting in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Here we go. Go. As we are going to be opening up, welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbit is one of the larger maps of the map pool. Larger map, longer rushes to spike round, known for more defensive play. Despite that, I feel like, especially because of how this series has been playing out, we should be seeing a double gas opener out of Clem. We should be seeing 2 gases. Likewise, we should be seeing a 3rd gateway out of herO, but we'll see. As here he does scout, he does check his own main first. He's being careful. So gate expand out of herO. Going for his own standard opener. I guess slightly greedy going for the Nexus before Cybercore, but outside of that, settling in. Likewise, Rax is back at home, and it looks like both players have gotten it out of their systems. Both players, again, they proxied, both players failed, and now we're just calming down. We're expanding. For the first time this series, both players are taking their natural bases. True. For the first time. We can make some SCVs. Ducklings, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido, papi, bienvenidos. Look at my responses in Discord. My apologies, my apologies. ¿De qué me estás preguntando? Si quiero castear el evento, o qué me estás preguntando para esto? Para el Team League. Oh, spreading the word. Okay. Oh, okay. As there's gonna be a Stargate opener here at a herO. Does go for the Stargate into Phoenixes. Okay. Ya. Sí puedo ayudar. Sí puedo ayudar. ¿Lo ponen en inglés? No, sí, entiende. I understood. Oh. As herO, he is going to be opening up with his Phoenixes. Does go for his Phoenix-based opener. Back at home, we do have Clem opening up at Banshee. This is going to favor herO. So winding back, sorry, I have to apologize, was a little bit distracted. Clem, he did scout the Stargate. He is aware. Typically against Stargate play, that's where Banshee harass is going to struggle that much more. Assuming this is harassment, assuming this isn't just going to be a main push, tanks are on the way, the buy was building up. If Clem commits to an all-out move-out, he can achieve some damage here. Otherwise, harassing with Banshees is going to be a little bit more difficult considering the air control that herO will have. So hero's building up more Phoenixes. Here we go. As we are building up, herO claiming his third base, working towards charge. And we'll see if herO can get away with this greed. I would say this is more greed than anything here. Going Phoenix into charge is not really seen too often in the meta. Can be punished on smaller maps, but hey, now that we're on White Rabbits, this is where herO can pop off. And Phoenixes are revealed. Clem is turtling up into bases. herO does rotate. Banshees, they do get across the map. Phoenix is out of position, okay. And probes are going down. Nice damage here by Clem. Gets 6, 7 probe kills. Yeah, this should not have happened, by the way. Yeah, this should not have happened. Phoenix is racing back home. That's going to be 9. That's going to be 10 probes and so much lost mining time. And herO, he has a very rough start to the game here, losing 10 workers. Did I say 10? Up to 12. 12 probes go down. And this is game ending. This is game ending damage here with one Banshee. One cloaked Banshee. He pops up. herO, he's committed. He's all in. He's throwing down the proxy. He's all in. He has to end the game here and now. He has to find some damage. Oh, we salvage? Uh-oh. Now is not the time. Clem. He believes he's getting a third CC. He does salvage one of his bunkers. Like, now is the time where we need to defend, papi. Ay. Clem is crazy. He's confident. Is he overconfident? Does get a Phoenix. Phoenix goes down. herO, he does push in, takes down the bunker. Yeah, bunker falls. Tank is exposed as well. And here he breaks through. He breaks into the natural. Tanks are falling. SCVs, and that's whole position micro. Stasis goes up. And here's pushing in. Wow, here he's pushing in. He breaks on through. Again, Clem, he was thinking a little bit further ahead. And he'll lose control of his natural. As more zealots are arriving, more SVs are going down. Clem had such a good start as well. He had such a good start to the game. He forced herO into an all-in, but Clem just wasn't ready for it. Wasn't expecting it. As zealots are still rallying forward, they're still rallying forward. 26 SCV kills. Yeah, and with that, herO takes a massive lead. Supplies are close, but the soup does lie, right? The soup does lie. It comes down to the economy. Clem down to 32 workers, herO up to 50. Not just that, but Clemmy bled out his army, right? Clemmy bled out his main army. Lost so many units, the Marines, the tanks. There's a lot of pressure on Clem. He has to move out. Getting on top of the gateway. Takes on the gates, getting ready for his own push. herO, he does scout the move out. Catching reinforcements, nice moves out of herO. Gets one, gets two Marines. Gets two Marines, gets two SCVs. Forces back the main army. Now, Clemmy still has an opportunity here. Like, on the one hand, his economy is crippled, that is true. What about the main army, right? The main army is still there. He has a lot of work, a lot of supply to work with. A lot of army supply. We gotta make use of it. Another thing to bear in mind as well is that the herO, he has no splash damage. He has no storm, he has no colossus. So Clem's move out has potential. Oh, getting caught out there. Yeah, losing 1, 2, 3, 4 Widow Mines. Ugh. 4 mines go down. Very nice engage here from herO. The terrain working against Clem. Okay, so he has really awkward terrain here outside of his bases. So Clem gets caught out. herO taking a 4th base. And Clem, he has ascended. As time goes on, we have extra warpins, more zealots. Very zealot heavy here for herO. And Clem, he can't get on corner unsieged. Tells us a medevac. Medevac goes down. We have more warpins. That's a lot of charge lots. Storm is on the horizon. herO working towards Storm, and herO, he wants to engage. Yeah, he does catch the army. Clem, he's caught on siege. He will lose everything. He cannot escape. He cannot pick up. Medevacs are being hunted down. Oof. And brutal trades here. Brutal losses for Clem. Base out the mine shell. We have more Widow Mines burrowing. herO does take the fight, and he does establish his fort. Now, Clem does get his 3rd up. Like, economically, he's hanging in there. He's hitting his 3rd base. Thankfully for Clem, the splash damage was delayed for herO. Even now, herO, he has +1 air attack. Like, hero's got +1. Where's Storm? herO, he has the Temple Archives. He never researched Storm. He has the money for it. There we go. Storm is now on the way. But Storm is delayed. It's late. So there's still a chance for Clem. Still a chance. Phoenixes are getting caught. Losing 1, losing up to 2. 2 Phoenixes go down. And again, this is the army. It's just pure zealot and a handful of Phoenixes. Storm is still not done. Zealots are good, but up against EMP, up against Widow Mines, it's not that good. More zealots. Let's go. Let's go. And Clem, of course, he's stuck at him defending, which is the correct thing to do. Like, you want to defend against mass charger like this. And a very nice EMP. herO, he cannot engage. If he engages, he will lose everything. He'll lose this entire army. Zealots try to catch reinforcements. They're getting caught out. So Clem, he's building up a more efficient army, and hero's being outscaled. Hero's being outscaled. Zealots, they're good supportive units, but you don't want to just rely on pure Zealot here. herO, he's got a handful of High Templar. They're now moving out. Yeah, Zealots are just having a really hard time trading. Shut down. Storm is finally coming in. But now there's barely an army to work with. It's like now High Templar have arrived, but now there's barely any Zealots. Yeah, and hero's falling apart. Hero's falling apart here. We're waiting for an EMP. Doesn't quite land. herO, he just cannot fight. No, with this army, it's just so vulnerable. It's so flimsy. It gets 3 ghosts. 3 ghosts are thrown away. It's maybe the best trade that hero's had in quite some time. herO is getting into Tempest production. This is so jank. Like, herO going mass Zealot into a handful of High Templar into Tempest. Like, this is so greedy. herO, he's basically like a paper tiger right now. Like, his army is so fragile. Like a swift breeze is just gonna topple herO over. Unless herO can survive until Tempest. Ooh, brutal mind connections. Yeah, mine shall say pop off. Like, herO is one bad fight away from just losing everything. Speaking of, yeah, storming these zones. Tempest are slowly building up. And Clem should be pushing soon. That's the scariest thing right now, is that Clem has been turtling until he maxes. Now he's maxed. Now he's maxed out, and when he pushes, herO cannot stop him. Not yet. You know, over time, more Tempest, right? We're just building up that Tempest count. herO, he's getting there. Clem, he does rotate to the center. That means his northern base is a little bit more exposed. We have a lot of Zealots here. So here's getting ready for his Zealot run by. Here comes the main army. And herO, I don't think he can fight this head on, to be honest. He does have a lot of counterattack potential. Clem, he's looking for the army, by the way. He's like, what's going on? He's like, where are you? Where is herO? Now he knows. Nice storm. Oh god. Yeah, Clem, he does run through the storm. Meanwhile, the planetary does go down. We're going for a pseudo base trade, and Clem, he turns around. He's only fighting with half his army. It does leave half his army across the map. Does get one of the bases. Tempest are revealed. And Clem, he will bleed out these forces. Clem, he defends back at home, but he will lose the mineral line. And again, Clem, he was caught out of position.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause. But again, Clem in a head-on fight, he would have been able to win it, would have been able to take it. But again, he was caught out of position. Massive run by. He will lose a base. He will lose the mineral line. Clem is down to 4 bases. His economy is okay, but this is where the Tempests are coming in. How many Tempests? We have 6. 6 Tempests so far, alongside 4 Templar. How many Vikings? 7. It's an okay Viking count. A lot of this is going to be reliant on the EMPs. Speaking of, very nice EMP. Okay, he does it. EMPs are brutal. Does catch out 5 High Templar. We have more Templar coming in, but once again, if the EMPs land, then the storms do not matter. Speaking of, EMPs are solid. We have 1 storm, and I believe that's the only storm. Yeah, that was the only storm for herO, and Clem, he can just stim in. He can stim, he can win. He can chase him down. Tempest is trying to kite back. They kite back to the cannons, okay. herO, he can make a stand. herO, he will lose the entirety of the ground army, but herO, he maintains the Tempest. And he's getting free damage. Just free shots. Free shots on the Marauders. I don't think hero's lost a Tempest yet. Yeah, he's lost 0 Tempest. So 0 Tempest have gone down this game. Another Zealot run by. There's no planetary. Clem is out of position. Nice snipe. These Tempests are on their own. They shouldn't be here. Yeah, they should not be here. herO, he gets caught. Yeah, he gets caught. Tempest goes down. Massive EMPs. Storms are not ready. And herO, massive overextension. He'll lose 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 5 Tempest. Oof. Did I say 5? Losing up to 7. Jesus. Yeah, massive EMPs. herO, he plummets in supply. He should not have been here. He should not have been here. He did have just a massive overextension. He'll lose everything. That was 6 Tempests going down. And all that momentum that herO once had, all that build-up, it's now falling apart here. Now it's falling apart. He has lost that momentum. But this has just been a crazy game from herO. Like, it's been... it has been a crazy game. To go Phoenix Opener into Mass Charge, into sticking with Mass Charge, into Late Storm, into Sky Toss, into Tempest. Like, it was a crazy style of the herO. It was a really risky play, a really risky build. Borderline illegal, so herO, he shouldn't have gotten away with it, and doesn't feel like he is. Clem does hit bottom right. Bottom right is under fire. Clem, he wants his Tempest. He gets another Tempest goes down. Again, you can see just how, once again, to emphasize just how fragile this army has been the entire game for herO. As there's never really been any beef, any meat to the army. Yeah, massive EMP, nice snipes. Every High Templar goes down, the Tempest as well. And Clem should just overwhelm. He should just overwhelm. He can just land the Vikings, just A move from here. There's just not much for herO. Here he abandons the base, or he has to. Clem is playing scared. He's a little bit afraid of a counterattack. So he rotates. He does push into the base. And he's going for bottom right. Yeah, so a massive rotation here from Clem. I don't know if he needed to do this, but sure. Massive rotation. Once again, Clem is fighting with half his army. Does my bases. Defend center right. And again, Clem, even though he is giving herO a lot of time, like even here, I feel like Clem, he can just keep pushing. He can just keep pushing, but he's playing so scared. Like Clem, he's got like some PTSD. He's like he just doesn't want to push in. He's like, I've taken too many new storms to the face. Never again. Never again. Well, okay, fair enough. Yes, he does take the fight. Nice EMPs, nice storms. Storms that connect with the ghosts, but there's just not many storms. There's just not much of a follow-up here. We just tanked the storms. Clem just rushes through. Rushes through the storms. Breaks through the main army. And Clemmy's done it. He has done it. He has broken bottom right. I mean, again, he's had this game for like the past 5 minutes. Like, ever since herO lost to Tempest. Ever since he lost to Tempest, GG gets called, and Clem, he'll take the series 2-1. He does advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem, as does claim the series. A crazy build out of herO. Once again, I should emphasize that herO, what he did was not normal, was not standard. It was illegal, pappy. He went for a Phoenix opener into mass charge, into more charge lots, into very, very delayed tech, very delayed storm. herO honestly had a better start. He achieved a lot of damage. The problem, though, is that what did herO do with his lead after he crippled the economy? Remember, he killed 26 SCVs. He killed 26 workers for Clem. It was impressive, but he did not tech up. He's still stuck with mass zealots. So herO, he was kind of tunnel visioning, I would say that. Here he was tunnel visioning a little bit too much. That's why his gases were late, his tech was late, everything was delayed, because it looked like he was trying to end the game after he took a lead. He failed to do so. He didn't end the game. He did not kill Clem, so he lost his lead. He lost his advantage. In the aftermath of that, he was trying to be cheeky and trying to rush into Mass Tempest, which was a really risky thing to do. He got away with it. He got into the Mass Tempest eventually, but he had a really fragile army. He was avoiding any kind of power units when it comes to Disruptors, Immortals, Colossus. There was no Robo support for his army, and there was no Stalker support either. Again, it was only like Zealot, High Templar, Tempest. That's it. Like, it's such a fragile composition, and one bad fight and he lost everything. And he had one bad fight and he lost everything. GG, well played with that. Clem does claim the series, and now we're getting into the grand finals. It's gonna be best of 5 at TVP between Clem and ByuN. Here we go. The Peruvians are fighting. Ban him. Also, it happened during the game. Thank you so much. G-Night in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 2 months. Thank you, papi. Thank you. Gracias. Do appreciate it. Bienvenidos. Here we go. As we're getting into those finals. Meanwhile, shout out about Chi-Chi and Karina. They're beautiful. Again, right now is usually when they're free roaming, so I'm sure they're a little bit antsy, antsy about that. God. They're running around. Like, let us out, papi. Let us out. Soon. Basically, as soon as we wrap up the finals, as soon as we finish the stream, I'll open up. They can run free. As soon as we're done. Clearly, the bunnies are plotting to gain their freedom. They are. They're plotting. Oh, look. They're both on the carrier. Yeah. They're both upstairs. They're like, can we hop the fence? Can we jump out? Oh, no. Chi-Chi looking at her watch, tapping her foot. She is. Look at her. She's She's like, where is Light? Where is he? What's happening? Where did he go? Ah. I know. Sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. But usually the tournament should be wrapping up by now. So again, the tournament took a little bit longer. We had some longer later games. Some longer series. For now, though, I think we're going to be going on a short break. As it looks like the players are still conducting the veto. So once they come back, we'll have the grand finals between ByuN and ByuN and Clem. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we return with the grand finals, those grand finales here of the WardiTV Monday number 56. We are back with our grand finals with the TVP, and sporting in the bottom right hand corner we do have ByuN from South Korea for Shopify, and in the top left we do have Clem for Team Liquid. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. I do apologize, as unfortunately I'm not in the lobby, so unfortunately I'm not in game. I'm going to be providing the feed here from Wardy's channel, and I should be able to join game 2, game 3 and onwards, of course. Unfortunately, they did begin without us, so bit of a feels bad, man. I clicked on the lobby. He just went anyway. feels bad, man. Feels bad. So we don't have any in-game sound. So just bear that in mind. And likewise, of course, we have no control of the camera either. But regardless, we're at least able to get it into our series. And again, best of luck in the chat with those predictions with that TVP. Once again, of course, Clem, he has not played Terran versus Terran in a year. He has been avoiding that matchup. Instead, he does play Protoss at a very high level. He's one of the best Protoss players in PvT in the world. And I do favor him coming into this series. We'll see if ByuN can hold his own. We can see if he can hold his own. We'll see if he can keep up. For now, is setting up, going for his low ground CC. Does go for a double gas opener into a faster factory, into a delayed command center from the side of ByuN. Meanwhile, Clem going for a standard opener. When it comes to Clem's build and when it comes to his play in this matchup, it's usually very standard. We expect to see 3-gate blink, but my apologies, that is a Stargate opener out of Clem. Bold move here, bold move out of Clem. Let's go. Let's see what he goes for. Let's see what he does embrace. I feel like a Stargate opener on Ruby Rock is quite risky. It's quite greedy, but I feel like you can take these risks and take these chances against specifically ByuN, right? ByuN, he's a very macro-oriented player in this matchup. He is not prone for all-ins, and what is strong against Stargate play, typically 2-base all-ins. Early timing attacks can be very strong against this. That's one of the reasons why Stargate play did fall out of favor and fall out of fashion, especially on smaller maps, but ByuN is less likely to go for that. Here we go. Here we go. As we do have our Phoenixes on the way. Phoenixes are building up. Could be building up here. Likewise, ByuN, he's going to try to break through. We have 4 Hellions towards the left. We have a Widowmine drop being set up as well. Ideally, you want to line them up, but no, ByuN, he just goes in, and bearing in mind the 4 Hellions, they get one-shot probes, gets into the mineral line, and so far gets one. Yeah, just the one probe kill, no major damage. Hellion does get caught, and Clem defends. So far, so good. Clem is holding, is defending. Here comes the mine drop, hugging the south side of the map. Does hug the south side. And so far, does bypass those Phoenixes. So far, so good. It's quite committed. Actually, 4 Widowmines. Hellions, they attempt to bust in, they distract the main army, they distract the gateway units, I should say. Phoenix is out of position, Widowmine drop is coming in. And we'll see if ByuN can pop off. Does unload. Clem, he reacts in time, he pulls away. Ooh, we'll lose a Phoenix though. Phoenix does go down. And there's still a mine shot left. Yeah, mine shot does pop off 8 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal loss there for Clem. Losing 8 workers in the natural. And so far, so good. ByuN with a successful mine drop. Successful Widowmine, successful Hellions as well. Again, that should not have happened, but Clem, he failed to lift up that final Widowmine. Ooh, overextends. Yeah, big overextension here out of Clem. Self pulls away. And so far, coming into the mid game here, ByuN is in a decent position. He's building up his economy, getting his 3rd base on location. The Phoenix count is a lot lower here for Clem. Likewise, his economy is lackluster. It should be in a much better position. And we'll see how ByuN pops off. On the other side, Clem getting into Storm. Storm is on the way. Gonna be a splash damage of choice. Have to buy a follow-up here out of ByuN. Yeah, and we'll see if Clem can recover. Right now, I would say the pressure is mainly on Clem when it comes to harassing damage, when it comes to counterattacks. There's a lot of potential with Zealots, of course. But ByuN gonna do what he does best, just turtle up. Turtle up, defend back at home on 3 bases. Is setting up defensively. Oh, this is where I should have checked Indie stream instead. True. Get the Indie observing. As we're going up towards a longer game. The Academy on the way, waiting for the upgrades. Once the upgrades kick in, then ByuN can be active. You can start to move out. Checking on the bunnies. From here we have Storm. Clem is being active. I don't think he can quite break ByuN, but he's going to try. Splitting up his army. Zealous towards the south side. Nice EMP out of ByuN. He will clean this up. Storms are coming in. That's a lot of storm. That's what, like 6 High Templar. Oh my god. Yeah, mass storm in the army. Splits are decent from ByuN though. And there's only Templar. Yeah, there's no buffer. There's no buffer. There's no supports. Clemmy plummets in supply. And ByuN holds. ByuN, he defends well. herO, he defends well. Oh, Prism does full as well. ByuN shutting down the War Prism. Shuts down the Prism, and you can just see how much momentum ByuN has from the early game, referring to the early failed aggression out of Clem. A successful harass, I should say, from ByuN. And that's led into this game state. ByuN being up in supply. And it can soon look to move out. I say that, I think he's just gonna max first. Never mind. Just gonna chill, just gonna max out. Of course, it's the first game where we're gonna macro all the way up to like the late game where we're not in the game itself. Smurge, Smurge. So I was just keeping an eye on the bunnies. Just making sure they're okay. Just making sure. Meanwhile, Clem is taking up. We do have the Fleet Beacon, second Stargates, working towards Sky Toss. Building up into Sky Toss composition. Both armies are maxed. Do we get a decent EMP? Decent EMP, likewise nice kiting here against the Phoenixes. The rest of the army's coming in. This Calamity Soldier's holding on to those High Templar, holding on to those Storms. Now, what's scary here is that we're entering a game state that we don't often see, and that is that the Protoss player is getting into Skytoss before the Terran has Mass Liberator. It's not really common to see a Protoss player rush into Skytoss like this. Very often they stay in kind of like a more mid to late game composition with a more gateway heavy start and a more robo heavy start as well. Really surprising to see Clem take up as quickly as he is. I'm not used to seeing it. Like, herO doesn't do this, MaxPax doesn't do this, Classic doesn't do this either. This is a little bit more unique, and he's getting there. Like, he's embracing those Tempests. He's slowly working towards it. This is not the same play that we saw out of herO in his series. Like, herO was being a lot more careless or a lot more risky in his kind of road to Skytoss and his road to Tempest. Here Clem is a lot more secure, and he's getting there. The Tempests are slowly building up, and there's going to be a big power spike as a result for Clem. Big power spike with Tempest. Now the scary part is this. Clem, he has to slowly peel off and bleed away supply to make room for Tempest. If he loses too much too quickly, it will trigger a counterattack. So Clem has to be careful. Jeez, oh god, oh god, what's... Like, Wardy fall on his mouse? What happened there? What? I think he was emphasizing the rush distance by ground between the southern bases. True, it is quite short. Oh. It would also be a really good staging ground for a Tempest push as well. True. So Clem gets in, does catch one of the ghosts. Yeah, it does end up catching one of the ghosts, pushing into the bases. ByuN is keeping up. Getting into his own nukes. Right now, I think we're up to 3, soon to be up to 6 Tempest. Making 3 Tempests at a time. And that's what we're really waiting for. Like, right now, we're just kind of posturing, we're poking, we're prodding. Once we get into a bigger Tempest count, then Clem can start pushing into the bases. Nice EMP. ByuN takes a better trade, nuke into the mineral line. And the oh my god, massive connection. Clem, he didn't notice, he didn't see. Takes a nuke to the face. Ay ay ay. Oh no, Solar, is that you? Clem, he's never had to deal with nukes before. True. ByuN can push in. ByuN can just keep pushing and chase. Unfortunately, he's only fighting with half his army. Remember that? The other half is coming though. The other half is rallying in. As we have more nukes on the way. And again, Clem, he was looking pretty good so far up until that moment. Rallies into the army, he'll lose 1 Tempest. Tempest goes down for free. EMP pops off, nice EMP on the High Templar. Oh. As ByuN, he just needs his EMPs to land. And they do. Oh my god. There's still, I want to say, 3 Templar worth of storms. So there's still more storms available. Clem is still hanging on. Once those storms run out, though, ByuN can push. So building on more Liberators. Ooh, does take a storm to the face. Yeah, brutal storm towards the end. As I believe that was the final storm. We can NG overcharge for one more storm, one more High Templar, but he breaks through. Yeah, ByuN breaks through. Takes care of most of the ground army, specifically the High Templar. ByuN's so close. So close. Keep going. Okay, Liberators have to siege forward. Oh, they do punish. And they punish the blink. There's still so much of the army still in the production. It's still rallying. And ByuN, he's so close to breaking Clem. So close. I want to say there's one storm remaining. And that was it. Okay, never mind. We have more storms. More High Templar coming in. More Templar reinforce. Clem is still hanging on. He's rebuilt his army. Very Stalker heavy. Yeah, very Stalker heavy here. Rushes through the storm. And once again, that was the final storm for Clem. Yeah, without any storms, he cannot be stopped. ByuN cannot be stopped. He rushes on forward. Gets on top of the Tempest. Takes down the ground army as well. And ByuN should just keep pushing. He should just be able to just keep on pushing here. And again, this all just came down to the nuke. That nuke was massive. It gave ByuN so much momentum and ensured that Clem could not actually maintain this position. Couldn't maintain his army. And with that, ByuN, he has done it. Yeah, there it is. GG gets called. ByuN, he will break through, he will overwhelm, and ByuN will take a lead in the series 1-0. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Impressive play there out of ByuN, and Clem getting caught out as well. Again, that was an insane nuke there by ByuN to be able to catch out Clem. Clem, of course, he did not notice the nuke. His arm was caught out, was caught off guard, and we saw a brutal connection. GG. GG, well played. With that, ByuN takes a lead. Bearing in mind, though, this is a best of 5, and I do apologize, but again, game 1, we just didn't get into the lobby. We just weren't able to get in. They did start without us, but we should be able to join the lobby for game 2. Should be able to. Oh. And we can observe, Pappy. Oh, we can actually have in-game sounds as well. Crazy, crazy. Here we go. Here we go. I'm probably gonna have to ruin my sleep schedule today. I'm gonna I say ruin. I mean, I guess now is a good time to adjust for the S2 safe house over the weekend. True. So we're all loading in. And game 2 is gonna be on torches. Ooh, a much smaller map of the map pool, much more aggressive map. Okay. Loading into something much more aggressive. Gideon's chilling. You can see Chi-Chi still doing laps. Like Chi-Chi, she's usually a lot more active and she loves running around the house. I'll let you out soon. Chi-Chi, she's hoping for a 3-0. She's like, send it, ByuN, send it. Let me out. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of torches, we have the French Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Clem. We have the fanfares back as well, and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. She's a tornado. She is. She's a tornado. She's a force of nature. She's crazy, crazy. But here we go. We're actually in the game this time, and coming into this again, ByuN, he was able to showcase his late game prowess, which is what he's known for. Like, that is where ByuN is at his best. Meanwhile, hello, ByuN, going for the eBay. Huh. Okay, we have seen ByuN hide his racks here before, but yeah, I was gonna say, no, it was a misclick. I was like, what? Ah, ByuN. Oh no, that is brutal. Oh no. I was so confused. I was like, usually he hides his racks here. What's happening? Very delayed racks. Had to waste some minerals as well. Yeah, a shaky start here for ByuN. Oh boy. Not like this. Not like this. Also, I didn't notice earlier, ByuN is hiding his TC. It's so late as well. It's such a late TC. I mean, he's gonna try to sell a story to Clem. You can see Clem is scouting. He's scouting the left-hand side. Clem is trying to figure out what's going on, and this is a shaky start from ByuN. We'll see if he can get away with it. But I did notice earlier how the Bunzo was getting a banana. Ah, beautiful. From Duckman. Fun fact, Karina has yet to try banana. I have cut a slice of banana for her, but she was very disinterested. Chi has. She loved the banana. But Karina, she has not attempted to try it yet. She scoffed at the idea. She's like, give me hay. Give me grass. Chi will put too much pressure on, yes, too much pressure on ByuN. Ah, no. As, yeah, an unfortunate start. Very unfortunate. From here, ByuN is getting into his 1-1-1. But again, late racks, late TC, late everything. Just everything is just late for ByuN. Here we go. As Clem is moving out. So let's see, is this the finals already? Yes. This is the finals. It's grand finales. Best of 5. We do have a blink base open out of Clem. Opening up blink, going up to 4-gate blinks. Jesus. So 4-gate blink stalk out of Clem. Hyper aggression, which I do really like. And Clem may just end the game. He might just end the game with 4-gate blink. Just because of how delayed ByuN is with everything. It's possible that he may just topple over. It may just end with that push. ByuN behind this, he's rushing into High Flight Rotor Banshees, rushing into Speed Banshees, tank production's underway as well. I will say the 4-gate blink is a little bit weaker on this map just because you have less attack paths. There's no like direct way into the main. But we'll see. As Clem is opening up his half of the map. We're waiting for that Warp Prism. Here it comes. Here comes a Prism. Here comes 4-gate blink. Here we go. And here comes them. He's pushing. Again, Clemmy's very committed here with 4-gate blink. His third base is delayed in favor of this. And ByuN has the bare minimum to defend. He's going to have 2 tanks. He does thankfully have a bunker on the low ground. Waiting for the warp in. He's supply blocked! Oh. Clem is supply blocked! No, now is not the time to be supplied, so he doesn't get to warp in. Oh god, stuck at 70 out of 70. Yeah, everyone's making mistakes here. And ByuN does hold. Then he holds on, the bunker will fall. That was the worst time to get supply blocked. Hi, hi, hi. Yeah. Clem dives in though. Dives in, takes down the tank, takes down both tanks. We'll take some losses. Does break through the tank line. The Marines are holding on. And ByuN survives. Yeah, ByuN, he does survive. He does defend. Awkward recall. Very awkward recall there. As the right Banshee gets across the map, does force a recall. And ByuN is still in this. Let's go. This has been a messy game. Very messy game, but it's fine. ByuN, he does hold it, does survive. And now we can build up into a longer game. We can attempt to. The Banshee didn't really get much done, but at least forced the recall. Clem again, he's able to poke in. Taking off a couple of Marines. And the game may just stabilize from here, to be honest. Like, after a very chaotic start to the game, after a very chaotic first 7 minutes, the game may just stabilize. It may just build up to 3 bases and get into a longer macro game. We're heading in that direction. Oh boy. Jesus. As ByuN, he's going to be expanding towards Clem. He's going for the forward base. Clem getting into Storm. ByuN breaks it. He just okay, we're just pulling the boys. I was assuming that he was gonna throw down the third CC. Nah, he just pulls the boys. 2 base all in out of ByuN. One way or another, the game is about to end. The Storm is complete. That's a lot of Storm. Oh, but Clem out of position. Does take 1 shot to the face. Tanks are pushing forward, but they're lagging a little bit behind. The High Templar, they make it back home. There's 5 Templar in total. That's a lot of Storm. At the same time, Clem does get across the map. Comes down to how well the Storms do connect. Not bad. Does graze the army, doesn't kill anything yet. Another Storm does run away. Tank shots going up. Nice tank firing on the High Templar, and ByuN is done it. Yeah, ByuN, he does it. He breaks through the Templar. There's what, 1 Storm remaining. We could have an MG. Okay, there's the NG of a charge. 2 Storms. 2 Storms left. And ByuN is breaking through. He's breaking on through. He's doing it. He's so close. Oh. Tank blow is going up. Drop into the main. And ByuN, he does need to target fire those High Templar. If they get close enough. That's for Storm. Yeah, decent Storm on the ramp. We have a decent Storm. Tanks are moving in. They're on siege. Yeah, tanks that get caught. Yeah, massive connection. Well, massive catch here. Catching out 2 tanks on siege. Boys now being pulled. Another tank goes down. Yeah, fumbled assault there from ByuN. Losing all 4 tanks. That should not have happened. Another Storm with a ByuN. And Clem holds. Wow. Clem, he holds on. He was able to get all 4 tanks. GG gets called. Clem survives, and Clem ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he got a little bit too excited by pushing a little bit too forward. He unsieged 2 tanks at a time. He pushed forward, he got caught unsieged. Likewise, took a Storm to the face on top of the ramp as well. He split up his army. He was late to react with his SCVs, so a fumbled attack towards the end there. Clem holds. Clem takes the game, ties up the series. GG, well played. We're tied up. We're going to game 3. Going into game 3. Ah, look, they're together. Ah, they're grooming. Beautiful. Here we go. So we're getting into game 3. Going to be loading into Persephone. Persephone. Squishing is commencing. Yes, they're very squished. Ah. But yeah, I'm probably going to stay up all night with the bunnies to make up for how long this tournament is. We'll make up for it. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the French Protoss. We have the French Protoss way. We have the red Protoss representing Team Liquid. Tying up the series, it is Clem. Also, hello ByuN, as he moves out with not just one, with 2 SCVs. And here we go in the bottom left-hand corner. We have the South Korean Terran player going for the proxy 2 racks, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go as both SCVs are sent across the map. Again, we had a shaky game for both players in game number 2 on torches, but here in Persephone, we're locked in. We're locked in. Going for the proxy 2 racks. Clem, he will go for his probe scout across the map. Clem, he'll confirm that the racks are missing, and we'll see how Clem reacts from there. See how he does react. Here we go. Raxes are finishing. Clem, he does probe scout. He sees, hold up. Rax is missing. Only 1 gas. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. Does go for a cyber core before expanding. So playing it safe. And he will scout. He will confirm. Yeah, big scout here from Clem. He does scout. He does confirm. Does force a cancel on the intended proxy marauder. Does force a cancel on the tech labs. And with that, Clem, he can react and respond well. So the game will continue. Clem, he should defend against this. So Zealot's on the way. Oh, nice delay on the expansion though. eBay is thrown down. Remember, the Reaper is later for ByuN because he was forced to cancel his tech lab. And it's on ByuN to delay the expansion for as long as possible. Delay for as long as he can. If you remember, here in this position would be proxying a Stargate. But Clem is not quite as adventurous. But I did see in the YouTube chat, no game sounds. There was no game sound for game 1, unfortunately. We were left out of the game, so didn't have any sound for game 1. Game 2 forward, we should be good. Should be good. As Rax is floating back, ByuN expanding on the low ground, so is Clem. So ByuN, after going for his initial proxy 2 racks, what do we go for? 3rd CC. We're rushing to a 3rd CC. The natural wasn't even done, by the way. So insanely greedy, insanely fast 3rd CC here out of ByuN. The hope is that Clem leaves him alone. The hope is that Clem doesn't scout. So if Clem fails to scout, if he doesn't see this, then ByuN will get away with murder. This is insane greed out of ByuN. Not just a 3rd base, but on location as well. Does he get away with it? If it goes unscouted, it will. If it gets scouted, he should be punished. Like Clem, he should punish if he figures out what's going on. Blink is on the way. 2-gate blink? Ooh. If Clem goes 2-gate blink into a 3rd base, then ByuN takes a lead. So Clem, he might be tempted to expand. He's going for a Warp Prism. He's expanding. ByuN gets away with it. Wow. It was a big gamble here. But it looks like Clem is going to expand and get a third, which means ByuN should not be punished. Oh, I say that. That is going to be... I mean, it's a delayed third gateway. Prism is out. Clem is moving. He's pushing. And we'll see what he can get done. Back at home, ByuN, he's relatively secure. I mean, he has 3 Marines and 2 tanks. Doesn't really have much of an army to work with. Dam drops in with 4 Stalkers. They can one-shot SCVs. Gets 1, gets 2. 2, 3 SCVs going down. A nice damage here by Clem. Gets 4 SCVs. Takes off the Marines as well. 5 SCV kills even. Jesus. 5, 6 SCVs. GG. GG gets called, and with that, Clem, he does take a lead in the series, 2-1. It was a brutal start. I mean, ByuN had a third base, so I feel like he could still recover from that with a greater economy, but in the end, it does tap out. GG. GG, well played. Again, with the faster third base getting up and running, I feel like he could have still like played that out and recovered from that damage. I feel like. I'm checking to see if there was something happening on the minimap. No, there was nothing else happening on the minimap. Yeah, GG. GG. And with that, we're now getting into our next game. Going to be loading into Pylon. Let's go. Let us go. I need to see that nuke lift. True, true. Clem's third seemed to be late. No. Remember, he went 2-gate blink. He went 2-gate blink into a third base. Like, Clem's third was not as fast as ByuN's, but it was, you know, decently timed. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-1. It is Clem. We have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Unfortunately, ByuN, he didn't get the damage he was hoping for last game when it came to his 2-axe Reaper. His 2-axe Reaper was lackluster, didn't really get much done, and he took a really big chance rushing to a third base. He did get away with it, but what I will say is that Clem, he was able to kill 6 SCVs and probably find more damage. That's probably why ByuN tapped out, is because Clem, he saved all 4 Stalkers. He was going to continue drop harassing, and ByuN had no good answer to that. Because of ByuN's greed, because of his faster third base, everything else was delayed. So ByuN, he was like struggling to keep up with the drop with like 4 Marines and 2 tanks. So from there, like, ByuN probably believed he would just lose too much and then tapped out. If Clem didn't go for a War Prism, then different story, but Prism means that he just continued to harass. So with that, GG. With that, GG well played. With that, we're getting to our next game. Very being annoying. I missed that. I missed the worker micro here. I know that ZZZ means that ByuN is laughing. That's like in the Korean keyboard, like it's the same key as like the letters for laughing. There we go. Here we go. From here, ByuN double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. And we'll see where he takes us. Oh, okay. So ByuN goes Reaper first, followed by his add-ons. This may be early. We'll see if we go for an early tank. If we go for an early tank, this is going to be an early push. It is Pylon. True. Cyclone first. Does open Cyclone. Eyes are going to be on ByuN. We're going to Pylon. Pylon, of course, is one of the rush maps. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored on this map. And we'll see how aggressive ByuN is going to be. Eyes is still on that production tab. So he does get the Cyclone. Tank production has begun. And we'll see if ByuN goes into the early medevac. Does it go medevac? Does it go Viking? Yeah, let's go. He's pushing. So early medevac, he's going for a marine tank push. So very early push here, very early move out. So ByuN is going to be moving out with one tank, and he's going to be reinforcing with a second tank from across the map. So hyper aggression out of ByuN. If this goes unscattered, this can snowball out of control. If you remember, ByuN was able to kill MaxPax with this build. This build did work against MaxPax in the semis. If you remember, it was on White Rabbits. MaxPax had no idea. He just had no idea that the army was coming. And MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. Likewise, we'll see if the same happens to Clem. As Clem, he gets caught out, he'll lose one. He'll lose one adept. He sees the army. Getting ready back at home. There's a safety shield battery. True. Shield battery is done. Here comes ByuN. And again, he's rallying. He's rallying everything across the map. His tank, his Viking. Okay, he's coming. Does get within range here of the gateway at least. Gateway's gonna fall. You can see Clem getting ready for a surround. Blink is done, so he's again coming in from behind. Looking to collapse on the army. He does get a free tank. Oh no! Yeah, tank goes down for free. Massive pickup. Takes down the tank. And Clem is coming in from behind. A little bit too soon. Okay, Clem a little bit premature. Ideally want to come in with everything. Adept is threatening a shade. Waiting for the immortal. Oh! And ByuN is kind of trapped. ByuN, he is stuck. There's the blink. It does blink in, does shade. Tank goes down. Yeah, the tank, the medevac, a little stalkers are going to be falling here, but in the end he holds. Yeah, Clem, he does hold, he shuts us down. ByuN was so committed here, and he trades against the stalkers at least, but it's an expensive trade. ByuN will lose everything. Back at home, what does ByuN have? He has two tanks. He has one on the low ground, one on the high ground. So he has two tanks, he has some marines. Do we have any high ground here for Clem? No, no high ground. Pushing into natural, the tank is too far back. Oh. As Clem contains ByuN, he expands. So Clem getting his third base up and running. The immortal has arrived. With the help of the immortal, he can break through the bunker and the tank. Speaking of, he wants that bunker. He will get it. Bunker goes down. Jesus. Clem, calm down. Calm down, Clem. Behind this is just building up his gateway army. So going for a massive gateway explosion, ninja charge, +1. Storm is on the way as well. So Clem is building up into a gateway heavy composition. Building up. ByuN moves out. And ideally, Clem, he wants to wait for ByuN to move out. He wants to wait for the push. While ByuN moves out with his army, here comes the War Prism. Vikings in position. Okay, not bad. Zones away Clem. Clem is zoned back. There goes Zella drop into the main. Viking not quite in position. Once again, Clem has to wait for ByuN to move out. And then he can strike. He's got plenty of storm. And ByuN cannot expand. Yeah, no shot. he's stuck on 2 bases, cannot expand. Clem getting a fourth. Fourth base is on the way. Clem getting further ahead. And again, the reason why Clem has such a lead is because ByuN was basically all in previously and he failed to kill. He failed to kill. With that failed all in, he's fallen behind. Everything else is so late for ByuN as a result. At the same time, Clem should not push into the natural. There's no need. There's no need. ByuN has a much stronger advantage at the natural as well. Clem just has to wait for ByuN to move to him. To move out to him instead. That's collapsing in. Going for the tanks. Tanks are going to be going down. Storms are coming in as well. Yeah, no target firing there from ByuN. EMP doesn't quite connect. Oh, that's it. High Templar, they clump. Yeah, brutal pickup. Massive mistake there from Clem. Clem's High Templar. EMPs are brutal, but it may not matter. it may not matter. Storms here would have been the nail in the coffin, but despite that, the boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down, and Clem, he out-trades ByuN. And even without Storm, he has too much. That's 30 SCV kills. That was maybe the best fight that ByuN could have hoped for, as he EMP'd every single High Templar, but again, it still doesn't matter. Like, that, it shows how far behind ByuN is. Shows he's just too far behind. Storm wasn't even necessary. It would have made things easier for sure. And GG gets called. Clem, he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday number 56 champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem as well as claiming the series. Again, a very chaotic back and forth between the two players. Game 1 was amazing. Game 1, we got a long macro game between the two, and we saw that ByuN was able to showcase his prowess in the late game, but he never got there again. He never got there again in game 2, 3, and 4. Both players aggressive in their own way. You can see Katina, she's looking. But GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem as it does claim that series. Here we go. But with that GG, well played. With that Clem, he will claim the series. Again, ByuN, he did go for the attempted all-in. He unfortunately was able to get outside of the natural, but did not push into the bases. He did fail to really break that 2-base setup. He failed to break the natural of Clem, and from there, Clem snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations. And again, even though ByuN had like the best fight possible there towards the end, that's still too far behind. So we're just stuck on 2 bases. And yeah, congratulations to Clem. Shout out to ByuN as well. Like ByuN, I was not favoring him against MaxPax, to be honest. MaxPax is typically favored against ByuN. But ByuN, he had a very impressive showing here tonight, taking down Creator and MaxPax as well to make it to the grand finals. And there's definitely a world out there where you could have taken it to Clem as well. So really impressive play there by ByuN. He has been improving a lot in TVP. Not quite enough to bring down Clem's Protoss, but strong nonetheless. Strong play nonetheless here. GG, well played. Likewise, shout out to Clem because he did not have an easy road here. He took down Classic, herO, and ByuN to be our champion. So a very, very difficult road there from Clem. Was able to pop off as well. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the night. Much longer cast here today, almost 5 hours. Almost 5-hour cast. The next broadcast is going to be in less than 24 hours, is going to be the MSO, the Masters 1 Open. That is going to be followed by the SE2 Safe House. So tomorrow is going to be the StarCraft 2 Safe Safe House. That's going to be a big event happening in the Americas, featuring players from the Americas, from Latino America and from North America as well. We are going to be the B stream. We're going to be the B stream for that event. That'll be in around 24 hours time. So in around 24 hours, we're going to be live with the SSU Safe House. Only day one. We're only going to be there for day one. Day two, we're not going to be available, or I should say, there's no B stream required for day two. But for day one, we will be there to support and to showcase all the players. To showcase. Likewise, we do have the Tuning Cup that evening as well. So it's not the worst thing that the event was as long as it was, I guess, just because we're staying up anyway. But now it's time to let the bunnies out. Let him out, puppy. I know they're very antsy right now. They're like, they should have been out 2 hours ago. They should have been out 2 hours ago. So I do apologize. I'll be there for them. We'll let them out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I do appreciate it. Gonna spend some time with the bunnies, and likewise work on editing VODs and working on things. If you want to support us, you can do so via following us on YouTube. !socials in the chat. You'll get a link to our YouTube channel. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. We also stream on YouTube on a daily basis as well. So all the VODs, all the content over on YouTube. Likewise, you can support us on Patreon, !Patreon in the chat as well, to be able to support us and support our tournaments. We do fund and we do run events on a weekly basis. We have plenty of tournaments: Sparkling, Tunic Cup, Duckling Open, Macedon Open, and as well as the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. We do host events on a regular basis, and most of them are funded via our Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our supporters on Patreon. Thank you so much. You can see just under ByuN's name, you can see our current goal on Patreon is $670 USD a month, and we currently earn 563. We're working on that next goal. We're getting there. So thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Bunnies will be like Braveheart. Freedom. Yes, the bunnies. But thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. I'm gonna go let the bunnies out and get some food as well. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. See you next time. Hasta luego. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you tomorrow for SSU Safe House and for Master Swan Open. See you then. See you then.